Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Pathfinder episode, session, thing. I don't know. It's been a day. We'll we'll see how much applied schizophrenia I can put out for tonight's session,
I I've never heard it referred to in that way,
but I'm not wrong.
but no, you're not, and that kind of makes me a little upset.
What is DMing but applied schizophrenia?
I hate it. I hate it.
Look, it could be AP schizophrenia.
I think we should call it MPDM.
My name is Jeff Probst.
Multiple personality disorder.
Fuck. Oh god. Yeah, no, we had one. We had one that came up yesterday, and it was easily the darkest one we've come up with to date.
Oh no.
It involves a ball pit and a Glock. That's all I'll say.
I feel like we're gonna need to hear that after session if I can remember.
Yeah, off stream.
Yeah.
Oh. So, where we last left off, before I get myself in trouble,
We haven't even been live for 3 minutes.
it's true. uh, where we last left off, you guys had, with the help of Crown Prince Albert, headed down to taking an airship down to Storland in an attempt to make contact with the rune giants down south in southern Kapantar. You succeeded, and found them to be quite amenable, all things considered. Eagerly taking news from the outside world that they have from what they had secluded themselves in. From there, you rather quickly, you didn't really even stay a full day before you got back on the airship, headed out. Aslan getting herself some fun new powers. Fun. They weren't fun to acquire, but while you were there, you also learned about a mysterious mist that seems to surround the continent of Kapantar. And also learned the origin of the Spine and Tail Mountains at the southern edge of the continent that separates Kapantar and Roshadrin from the rest of the continent. You headed back up north to learn that the Roshadrins had agreed to peace talk with the Devarian Empire, with a meeting point set on a Resale Republic island to the south. After a quick diversion, in which Fef, Lorenz, Azalin, and Zindros were teleported by Leolin to the Tiefwald, so that Fef could finish a delivery that Father Fef had tasked him with, handing over the staff of the Fate Weaver, only to have Father Fef ascend and become the new god of fate.
Yep, that sure is a thing that happened.
Yes.
Oops.
Not, by the way, if anyone is curious, not related to Pharasma. But Pharasma is still alive, so don't need to worry about that.
Oops, we made a god.
It happens.
Oops, all Jesus.
As one does.
The party rather quickly teleported back, especially after learning the state of Clan Fefwalla and Wallabama. And just decided to spend the night. Spend the night with the Drexens once more, where Pax taught the Drexen children a very fun song in order to fuck with the newly risen deity.
Look, he's a new god. I'm gonna try my hardest to make that his new hymn of faith. Nobody knows who he is yet. If I get word out first.
Oh no. With that, you gathered aboard the HIM Dreadnought and prepared yourselves to journey with Crown Prince Albert and head to the peace talks to engage in diplomacy.
Hopefully, not of the Von Kavi persuasion.
You never know.
Again, hopefully.
You don't really believe that.
I am hoping. That is the point of hope.
That is sheer desperation in your voice, and I love it. Wait. I mean that in a not creepy way.
I mean, you're the DM. It's kind of a given trait.
I mean that not in a Hannibal Lecter and or Pinhead sort of way.
No, I mean it in like a dominatrix way.
So we are doing it the Pinhead way.
Got it.
Fuck.
Open the box.
I have such sights to show you.
I hope so. You're the DM.
Yes. So.
Oh my god, my fucking eyes are tearing up already.
Not even 10 minutes in.
Fucking Buffalo Bill over here. It puts the narrative on its skin or else it gets the railroad again.
Oh no!
Wasn't she some great big fat person?
What have I stumbled into?
Buffalo Bill.
Okay.
Buffalo
Oh,
Bill
God,
as a
help me.
DM specifically.
Oh god, help me!
You literally came in just after Dustin said the line, and I quote, "It puts the narrative on its skin, or else it gets the hose again."
That
That
wasn't
was
me.
Cam.
I said that wasn't she a great big fat person line.
Yeah, look, it puts the narrative on its skin or else it gets the railroad again.
Put the fucking narrative in the basket.
Put the CRB in the basket.
I'm glad we're not staying here long, because I'm sure our neighbors hate us now.
Well, good night, everybody.
Oh,
My cheeks already fucking hurt. Oh
bro,
my
same. So, the trip from Wormrest to the island of the meeting is going to take about a week. So, if there is one retrain, people have an opportunity for one retrain if they would like to do it.
Let me check.
Or anything else that people would like to do. I just know that there's a lot of loose retrains out there in the wind right now, so...
I don't think I've retrained a single time.
You haven't yet.
Me either.
I have a bunch I need to do, but...
I think my retrains were just back when the Secrets of Magic book officially released, and
Yeah.
a bunch of the feats had actually completely changed.
I have not dug through the Book of the Dead, but I'm going to assume there's nothing relevant to me in there.
Not your current character.
No, fair.
Now, a future character? Probably. They've even got, like, a section, because all the other undead stuff...
Wait, did they port Pale Master?
No.
Ah,
But all the stuff like playing a zombie or playing a ghoul and whatnot, like the non-skeleton ancestry are all archetypes. But there's even a section there like if your character is one of these types and you want to start at level 1, basically just talk with your DM, get permission, and if they're okay with it, you can take this level 2 feat at level 1 and you just don't get a level 2 feat.
oh yeah, we're doing level adjustment. Okay.
Ye-
Except less terrible.
Yes.
That's about it.
It's just you don't get a level 2 feat when you get to level 2.
Right. You get the feat early, but then you don't get an extra thing when
Mhm.
you normally would.
Yeah, it's level adjustment less awful.
Right. But yeah.
All right, yeah, I have one I need to do.
And then the skeleton
guess.
ancestry itself is just hilarious.
Which, just as an aside, talking about level adjustments, I forever love Savage Species and the way they handled that.
That's fair. Cam, what is your read?
I need to train Incredible Initiative to weapon proficiency, which is only weird in that I don't actually need the weapon proficiency because I've already got one. So I'm not going to choose a bonus that it actually adds to. There's some weird shit I have to do because of not being able to downtrain to skills you couldn't have taken.
Okay.
So I have to put this at a low level to be able to do other stuff farther down.
I get it. So you're kind of I kind of get what you're getting at, but you have to take it a roundabout way, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's some levels at which he's going to have to retrain certain things, but so things have to get moved down the train, basically.
Because, yeah, one of the issues with retraining is if you couldn't have taken a feat at that level originally, then you can't retrain at that level to take it. So everything you do cascades forward from the lowest.
Right. Okay.
So I'll have 2 ticks of weapon proficiency, even though I won't be picking an advanced weapon to take.
Okay. Makes sense.
Because one of those will get trained away eventually.
Right. As you guys are kind of going about, I'm assuming, well, okay, I won't assume actually. What are you guys planning to do during the voyage? For Pax, we'll say, you basically will say, you notice that one of the crew hands is kind of messing with a weapon that you would like to learn more about. And so you kind of like get chummy with one of the crewmen. And they kind of teach you the ropes of like how to get good with the weapon that you're trying to that you're specializing into, basically.
Let's say it's a guy who's using a whip, and I'd just like to make my combat with the chain more fluid. And we'll go with that.
Okay. That'll work. But what are the rest of you guys doing?
You said it's a full 7 days, right?
Mhm.
I'll spend that crafting. I have that Onyx Dog formula.
Okay.
So yeah, that takes 4 days for the initial check, and then I can spend additional time on it to reduce the cost of materials.
Okay. Sure. All right. Beth, what would you like to do during the voyage?
I don't think I have any. Well, no, I still have some good red fixins, I guess. So I could work on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll do that crafting check.
Yes, I forget exactly how it works on a long form scale, but I will just basically let's
I forgot that I chugged like almost all of my healing potions when we had the encounter with the governor.
No, same. Like we're all pretty low on potions as far as I know.
But, yeah, I only have 2 lesser potions left. I was fucking downing those like water.
Okay,
just
so
wasted.
at the end of the fourth day, then you guys will make your crafting checks. And you want to make that onyx statuette.
And the onyx dog.
Yes, and Beth, what kind of potion do you want to make?
I think honestly, the only thing I have supplies left for anymore are lesser healing potions.
Okay, that'll work fine. I just need
forgot
to
where they moved my recipes to.
Oh, there's the recipes tab. It is the little hammer between your spellcasting and your provision.
Oh, crafting. Okay. Yeah, I can make elixir of life lesser.
Yes. And okay, and even wow, they updated it so it actually shows the DCs.
I was gonna say that.
Damn.
Yeah, good job, whoever does this module.
It's a team of I want to say about 4 people, and they just between the 4 of them, 4 or 6, and they are constantly adding in new shit whenever it releases. And
for them.
Recently, it was announced that they have because they have officially partnered with Paizo and have started doing what PDF to Foundry did, but now officially endorsed by Paizo. They've started putting out. They've recently put out the first book of the Outlaws of Alkenstar adventure for Foundry specifically, which is I think it is either $17 or $18, and it comes with the PDF for free. But also, it comes with a big file PDF something that you can just import to Foundry, and it will just. You have a campaign that is the first book of Outlaws of Alkenstar.
Yo, that's cool.
All the maps are pre-made and walled up, and everything, like informational journals on the location are put out. All the characters are actors in the fucking directory. Everything is set up for you, so all you have to do is just get your PCs to make characters and go.
If this is the future of module play, I'm actually pretty into it.
Yeah.
It should be for Foundry. I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah.
Right. Like, if they can make that into a standard, that is fucking incredible.
Yeah. Oh, love that hurdy-gurdy.
Okay, let me
Spotify
fix up my
closed.
feet
I
real
forgot
quick
that I
here.
didn't rejoin the. There we go. There we go.
But yes. Okay. So. As you guys are, so Fef, you're making Mahajapit. What are you doing?
I think Maha's probably going to be spending a fair bit of the time talking and consulting with Prince Albrecht.
Okay.
Just trying to help sort out what all is going to be brought to the table and how we want to handle the negotiations and talks as they were.
Uh-oh.
I saw that.
What?
The PAX took weapon proficiency again, and Foundry even had a pop-up of just weapon proficiency can only be taken once, but PAX has taken it twice.
Yeah, which is weird because the special says you can select this feat more than once. It's literally in the description.
Yeah. You can
Do
select
you have to select what type of proficiency you're taking in Foundry? I haven't taken weapon proficiency.
There's no way to do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a
It
field for
might
that.
be because you put it's in general feat as opposed to like just a bonus feat or something.
Well, no, it has to replace Incredible Initiative, which is the general feat.
It lets you do it, so it's on your sheet, so fuck it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Lorenz, you're crafting your Onyx dog. Pax, you're trading. Aslan, what are you doing? During
she's probably still getting used to her new form and style.
Take a few laps around the airship.
Yeah. What would be affectionately be known in Calintian cultures as the oar dance, if there were oars. Fun facts. What it was basically, as they're rowing on a long ship, and you would just start on one end of the ship, hop out onto the oars, and just hop from oar to oar as people are rowing, trying to not lose your balance and fall in the ocean.
That sounds like a good way to die.
It was usually when you were within sight of port.
Or land, yeah. Like if you're going up a river, or if you're within eyesight of land or something. But yeah, and if you make it one around the ship, one full circuit, you win. Or the last person still on the oars. But yeah, and then Lindros, what are you doing during the travel?
Probably catching up my notes from the last week or so of the events that have transpired.
Sure, absolutely.
With that being said, I'd also take some breaks to go out and catch some fresh air and offer some help to the crew or whatever.
Sure. And at the first day goes fairly easily. It's just going across a lot of bare open Kalint ground as you're heading southeast out of Wormrest. Let me map. My other map. There we go. Yeah, you guys are kind of just going along. And the first day, there's nothing, no real visuals to see, no vistas. All the airships are kind of flying in formation. And at the end of the first day, you know, all the ships are locked into place. You can see people on like the outer ships are patrolling on their decks as the night falls, and same for you guys as well. Just kind of just guards posted up that are doing rounds overnight. But other than that, everything just kind of goes fair. And as you look down at the end of the first day, you can see from where you actually recognize the landscape from where you are. You guys are kind of posted up right where the tributary, the smaller river that you guys traveled up from Yola meets the river road.
Okay. So yeah, just a little bit past Hamar.
Yes, a little bit to the east of Hamar.
Got it. Yeah, Hamar was one of the towns that was basically just we stopped there for a day of rest and then kept going. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys kind of got past there pretty quickly. On the second day of travel, you guys are able to sleep fairly peacefully. Happens. You're able to, and then you head on. Uh, bustle of activity picking up yet again as you are as the day's travel begins. You guys, for once, not really in charge of anything. For once, you're for once not in charge of navigation. You're not in charge of powering the ship. You're just kind of getting to relax.
Proper passengers.
Yeah. And Mahajapit, as you wake up and as you're looking for Albert, you find Albert up near the front of the ship, just kind of watching as the landscape goes by underneath. Mahajapit is very fucking cold.
Oh, trust me, been down here long enough. I know that feeling.
Yes, wait, I am impressed that you stayed here this long.
Well, had work to do. Couldn't exactly just skip out on that.
I greatly appreciate.
So, still quite a ways left to get to this island, then, huh?
Yes, Veilstrix tells me that we will be passing by the city of Cliffwatch tomorrow. Not too close, lest we be in range of any sort of weaponry, but within eyesight.
Still concerned that there might be holdouts from the Rashadran army, then?
Cliffwatch is one of the larger settlements in Poland. Is while we have managed to take not control, but we have
Ousted the Rashadrans.
yes, we have mostly seen to it that the word that the Bavarian Empire is back in Poland to most towns, but Riverest and Cliffwatch were two settlements that we have thus far avoided. Mostly to consolidate those that will be left behind and then push both and finish it off.
I see. I did not get the chance to ask before, but we noticed that when we had returned from speaking with the rune giant in Sorland, that the governor's wife and children were gone. I take it they were already sent on their way?
Yes, I sold them off to Cliffwatch and then beyond there to, I'm assuming, Roshadran proper. With an escort to see them safely.
Good. Here's hoping that they meet without incident.
Agreed. They should not be punished because their family member is a military commander.
Aye. No sense in spilling the blood of those who had nothing to do with it.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to go inside and hopefully warm up my hands. But I did want to see the Flint sunrise, as it were.
It is a bit nice, although much nicer from up here and not having to deal with the blinding glare off of the snow of the fields. That's not something I would like to there again. Though perhaps it's not quite as bad when you don't have to worry about a white dragon bearing down on you, but that's a different conversation.
Understandable.
You go on
I'm
and warm
sorry.
up.
White Dragon? You did not tell me the story. What?
When we were set traveling by foot for a time here in Galint, there was a young white dragon that took exception to intruders to its territory, I believe.
Well, here's
We
hoping.
we handled ourselves well enough, but still was not a pleasant experience.
Lamb cut to Always Sunny title card of the party beats the fuck out of a young white dragon. Well, here's hoping it's that it does not have a vengeful parent. Yes.
You know, sometimes people just put these words out into the ether,
Yes.
and I really wish they wouldn't.
I'm aware. That's why we do it. You're very funny when you're annoyed.
If one does come seeking us out, I'm sending you at the front line.
Goodbye. And he turns and starts to walk back inside.
I'm gonna guess you didn't tell him about the haunted snow that ate the meat boat.
I'm sorry, what?
That is an accurate description of what happened.
Excuse me?
Ground's haunted.
I don't.
Continues to turn and to just walk back in below deck. Nope.
Well, once he does get back below decks, it's just like, if your guy's intent is to try and make him not really want to have Kalint back in part of the Empire to deal with this shit, I think it's working.
I feel like haunted snowfields is a strategic advantage of some sort.
For the Haunter, yes. I don't know anyone else who would consider that thing an advantage.
Those with it between themselves and their enemies.
Until it decides that it needs another meal.
Stilt houses.
Everyone roll me perception checks.
boy.
Zindros?
Sorry, I was in the bathroom.
Oh, fair. Just give me a perception check.
Sure thing. Should have been blind. My bad.
Pax and Fef, you two are the only two that see off in the distance here as you guys are flying past. You just see just down below, you see a part of the snow that bubbles up and then just goes back to being flat. Just,
Nope.
way off in the distance.
I'm just gonna. It's following us.
Oh no, it's not even going your same direction. It's just.
Oh no, I was saying that like in character though.
I was just like, it's a
Come
good thing
again?
that we're up here then.
I don't know how smart this thing is. I just know that if it tried to jump up here, it might be able to.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, you're an expert on these things?
No, that's why I said might. But it also managed to eat a whole ass boat.
It
So,
was
like,
a
I don't want to
sled.
test it. I don't want to test it.
It was like Rosebud. It's fine.
Wait,
That was a
hold
canoe.
on. No, hold on. Are you saying
It was a canoe.
That's
Are you
right.
saying that the land shark ate our rosebud?
No, he's not.
No.
No.
Not at all.
No.
No.
He swallowed our meat.
That is accurate.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
You're all children. It's okay. I'm a child too.
Why do you think we don't have stable lives in fantasy society?
You're literally playing a game in a fantasy world, and you decided, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna be a hobo. Lorenz has a fucking family that owns a business, and he said, nah, fuck that.
I mean, of course we don't have stable lives. We're not horses.
I'm gonna see if I can just call that thing back over this way.
You didn't have to, but you did.
An interesting fact about human infants is that sometimes they can scream themselves to death. I will now attempt to recreate the...
My favorite's just threatening to swallow my own tongue. I've tried several times.
I'll swallow your tongue.
Whoa. We have to get permission from a couple of people for that.
It's true.
Is one of them Jesus?
No, he doesn't matter.
Jesus gotta pay.
Sign a few waivers, buy tickets to the show.
Exactly. But no.
This joke has gone the distance.
It's gone for speed.
I almost managed to not get it stuck in my head, you motherfucker.
Other than the snow ghost, second day passes without incident. As you continue on through day 3, looking out to the south of the ship, you do see in the distance Cliff Watch rising up on top of the cliffs that overlooks the sea around it that leads into the river road. It seems to be
trying so hard to avoid redundancy.
Yes, exceedingly. And while it seems to be fine, you do also see like a grouping of like 5 or 6 airships just kind of just outside city range, basically, as you guys are flying along.
Seems that they've got a handle on that pretty quickly.
They are preparing to move in. Probably waiting for a few more ships to arrive or to have superior number. All right, and day 4 comes as day 3 passes. At the end of day 3, you guys are beginning to move out over the ocean proper. And by within a couple hours of the 4th day, land you watch as the land disappears behind you and just fades to be not visible anymore. All right, Beth and Lorenz, give me them crafting check.
Hey.
That's a success. Oh, you can even like click on it in your fucking inventory.
Oh.
Oh! Well, goddamn.
Damn. Yeah, okay, so that is a critical success for you, Loren. Uh so now each additional day that you spend reduces the need for the materials needed to complete the item by an amount based on your level +1 of and your proficiency rank in crafting.
So yeah, I'm gonna take that because this is day 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just take the rest of the trip to.
Yeah, it'll be 3 days left. Um so you'll be taking 3 additional days and basically
It'll cost 2 gold worth of materials to.
yeah, basically. Oh, and there's even buttons to like pay a certain amount of GP. I wonder how you what like if there's a button
There is not for multiple days' work.
right to like just add on basically.
Yeah, that's why they have the discount per day right there, and
Right,
then
right,
days
right.
until no additional cost.
Right. So yeah, you can pay 2 GP. Fef for yours.
We use 2 GP worth of the materials I bought. Fuck yeah.
Fef, I'm gonna roll it real quick on my end, but I'm gonna keep your original roll.
That's okay, because I might need to not. I just realized I have literally 0 GP.
Oh.
But I do have the good red fixins.
Oh, see, that's what you use. You use a
Okay.
GP's worth of your materials.
Right.
Like, I bought enough raw onyx to build 3 of these things after 4 days, but after doing what I'm doing, I'll have 49 gold's worth of raw onyx to do this with.
Right. Okay. There we go. Okay, so basically what it will be, Fef, if you would like to continue crafting for an additional 3 days, or basically for the whole trip, would take off and basically a additional 3 GP a day.
Yeah, why not?
So that comes out to, according to this, it comes out to 51 GP.
Okay, I will message you something, but like, feel free to continue.
Right. Ah, yes, I see the, I see.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, so yeah, you guys keep doing your craftings and whatnot. Uh, as you guys begin to move over the ocean, is anyone changing what they would like to do?
I think there is something that's a bit on Ma's mind with getting closer to actually meeting with them. I don't know if Ma is all that versed in the Free Sale Republic and like its history or their affiliations or anything. So probably just trying to talk with any of the troops on the ship and just get a feel for what people know and just again just trying to find out more about the Republic and what ties or involvements they may have to anything.
Okay. Give me a diplomacy. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Do you want it hidden?
Sure. That'd be great.
Okay.
Since technically it's like
Language.
kind of a recall knowledge, but it's recall knowledge through other people, so it's
Right. Okay.
uh for a lot of them, it's the knowledge is pretty hodgepodge. No one here is really. Everyone here is an imperial soldier, technically. No one here is really like, yes, the blah, 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 a free sale republic. I used to be a free sale republican myself. No, I won't repeat that. Fuck. Just and it's very much a you gather that from what you gather, the Free Cell Republic was or I should say, originally wasn't really a codified nation, so to speak. It was just pirates and pirate lords that banded together to kind of just stop fighting each other and start leveraging their strength together against anyone else.
One Piece, got it.
I've actually never seen One Piece, so because I never wanted to fund the creator's heroin addiction. So,
Jesus.
that is to my knowledge a fact, by the way.
Listen, Oda likes what Oda likes. What you gonna do?
No, yeah, it's true. If you didn't know, from what I've heard, literally for a while there, he would just make another One Piece chapter just to fund his heroin because he was running low on heroin. So it was like, I need more heroin. I'll just draw up another One Piece chapter. It'll be fine. They'll pay me for it.
Similar rumors about Kubo with Bleach, except with Coke.
Nothing ever confirmed, to my knowledge. But yeah,
Suspicions abound.
yes,
Anyway,
Allegedly.
allegedly's. But yes. So and after that, they never really tried to push onto the island, onto the continent proper. They've always stuck to the outer isles, where it's much easier to lose folk if needs be. To lose people in the island, just kind of use land to their terrain. Use terrain to their advantage, I should say. Land to their terrain. That doesn't make any sense.
okay.
The actual seat of their power is not known. If there is a capital of the Free Cell Republic, no one really knows where it is.
I believe it was said that even in the invitation letter for the peace talks that there's some leader that was supposed to be present, but nothing stated of like who they are, or am I
Right.
misremembering that? Okay.
The effectively the High Captain himself. Or
Okay.
herself, themselves. That part wasn't specific.
Okay. But the High Captain is supposed to be at the talks then,
Yes.
as part of the sort of mediating neutral party.
Yes. Hosting the event, as it were.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
but yeah, that's all you kind of come up with. It's fairly limited knowledge abound because the Free Cell Republic, for the most part, has never really. No one from the Free Cell Republic has ever really talked with the Empire, mostly because the Empire has always just labeled piracy a crime. So it's like, well,
Right.
you're not gonna.
So, which is part of why I figured that Maha probably wouldn't be too well versed with them because much of his time dealing with the Empire has been in an official capacity with them, and if they just don't even recognize them, then he would have no real reason to study much about them or interact with them.
Right. And then, of course, when airships started to be developed and became more common, the Free Sail Republic went from their own sailing ships to their own airships, mostly pirated from the Empire.
Right.
But in general, it also seems to be that there's no real creed on. It really depends on what captain you're dealing with when it comes to kill everyone to the last man, or see them off safely at the shore, or what kind of code of conduct is rigidly enforced.
Yeah, I just saw Dave
Right.
just put that in chat. And,
Right. Which, if there has been dealings of theft, you're not familiar with them.
Sick. Thanks.
So yes.
all right.
Holy shit! I just saw what Cam put in memes. You know how tempting it is to rewrite an entire NPC just for a fucking joke? As day 5 rolls around, the air begins to get very noticeably colder. Dropping from... So far, it has been, in kind of actually... It's been fairly warm until you guys got out over the ocean. With it going from mid-40s warm into about the mid-20s when you start to get close to the ocean, and now it is sub-zero.
Yeah.
All the airmen are kind of just bundled up in layers. And everyone's taking it with a stiff upper lip, but you could definitely hear some right proper griping between shifts.
Oh, yeah. I believe it. I'm actually trying to remember with when Lorenz found that document in the governor's abode that detailed the trading between the Free Sail Republic and them, was Maha still present for that, or had he already gone off to
Maha was
Jackson's?
around, I believe. He was not necessarily in the room at the time, but he was around.
Okay.
He was in the same area, and I believe was briefed. Um,
Right, about some of that.
right.
Okay. So I think Mom's gonna ask if Lorenz has the document still to just try and read over that a bit.
Did you keep that, or did you give it to the Crown Prince?
Those got handed over to the Crown Prince.
Okay.
I do
Right.
have. We do still have the documents of just the stuff that the Red Hand Gang was moving around inside of Kalint.
Okay.
If you feel like you can glean any information off of that, I do still have those documents.
We have the shipping manifest, less so the bill of sale.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
Okay. There may be something to that, but I think I want to focus a bit more on the Free Sail Republic's trade.
Right.
There's a part of me that's still feeling off about this whole thing. Part of it for obvious reasons, but maybe there's something else going on here.
Albrecht still could have them with him, potentially as a negotiating option.
Yeah, he might very well be studying them himself.
Right. Okay. So probably gonna seek out Albrecht again to see if I can talk with him and just kind of get eyes on that and see what we can glean from it.
Right. Odds are in your favor. They're still on this ship.
Right.
Yeah. You find him not in the captain's quarters, of course, but in a fairly well furnished uh quarters near fairly close by. Uh, and he looks up as you enter, kind of just
Pardon the
taking
intrusion.
taking off spectacles, even just Marjapet, no intrusion. How can I help you?
I was wondering if you might still have the documents that I heard you and the Wrens speaking of some days ago, the ones detailing the connections and trade between the Free Sail Republic and Rashadran.
Yes. Me see here. Kind of goes rummaging for a bit before uh, uh producing the documents that and kind of just I have them right here. Yes.
Perfect. I'd like to look over a few things with these real quick. I don't need to take them out from here. We can look over them together, but I figure since we know that there is a definite connection between the Republic and Rashadran to some degree, that it may be important to try and get a better understanding of that before we end up at their mercy, as it were.
Not a bad idea.
So, some of the first things that I want to actually try and look at within the documents is, are there any specific like signatures or anything for the specific parties involved, like any names of specific like companies or regiments or actual like commanders or captains or anything for who the deal was specifically between?
No, there is not.
Okay, so not that heavily detailed. Um, okay. Any details on the date of any of these exchanges?
There are a few. Yeah. They go back from they are go from fairly recent as within the last month or so to as far back you can tell. Looks like a year, maybe a little more, like a year and a half.
Hmm. Okay. And let me start noting this down. Okay. All right. Modern trade. No names listed for sale parties. Trades. Are there any specifics on what all was being traded? I know that we had kind of made at least some assumptions or gleaned some of it being the firearms and
Right.
such,
Yes, it
but
was the black powder, firearms, the mysterious liquid that you guys found. Uh,
which they have any listening rotation for what that was or what they called it or anything of the sort?
uh, the notes that you found did not. No, only listing it as volatile.
Hmm. Okay. That definitely catches some attention. So they made specific note of it being in the trades, but not anything of what it is or what it's for, just that it is a volatile substance.
Right.
Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
They notes do make mention of it being traded from Mordheim.
Mordheim. Trying to. Okay, is that like a name of a place that I recognize, or is that
You have never heard that name in your life.
I haven't. I don't like it.
You haven't. No, you haven't.
No, I have. Me. Me. That.
Unrelated to that.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, no, unrelated to Mordheim the tabletop. Just happens to share a name.
Would you be able to just spell that in the chat real quick, just
Yes.
for confirmation, so I can have that right in my notes?
Again, entirely unrelated.
That is legit a relief.
And was that a when you said it was like traded from Mordheim, was that specifically for the liquid or the trades in general, or what is the?
Looks like kind of a mixture of all.
This Mordheim. Robert, have you heard of this name at all in your time?
No, I have not. To be honest with you, I was hoping to ask someone during the negotiation.
Let's see. I've been trying to just piece out from this how deep the involvement from the Republic is with Rashadran. If they had been any more thorough with things, perhaps we would have had better inclination of just how long these deals have lasted and potentially how deep the ties run. But seems they've chosen to omit a lot of that detail, which doesn't give us so much to work with.
I wonder if that might be intentionally so, in case they were to fall into undesired hands.
It's probably a very safe bet. I wouldn't put it past them, in fact, if we are to bring this up.
That name, by the way, I will say, might change down the line due to copyright. But
would not be at all surprised if bringing this up just leads into potential denials of involvement. After all, if we don't have any specific names here, then that leaves us very little room to actually land any accusations, although potentially having accusations at all may not be the most appropriate way to begin
peace
trying to reach
talks?
talks of peace.
No, I thought I will not. I'll do my best to not begin everything with accusation.
I trust you've got a better head on your shoulders than that.
Yes, surprisingly so.
Still doesn't set me much at ease with knowing the involvement, though. I do have to wonder whether, if these deals were with the kingdom at large, or potentially just deals with the governor and his company.
I do not know, but hopefully we will find out in a few days.
I suppose we will have our answers. Just hope that they lead us somewhere good in time.
Indeed. That is the hope. That is the hope.
Well, I'll let you hold on to these to study as you need and have them ready for the talks as they were, and let you get back to your reading.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, leave them with that. But definitely got a couple of underlines under that Mordheim name to
All right. Let's see. Day 6 comes around. Bit warmer today as you're flying along. Is there anything else that you would like to do on day 6? Day 6.
Just sticking with what I've been doing.
Yeah, finishing touches on the Onyx dog.
Yep. Fef, you're starting to get close to completion of the Good Red.
Huzzah.
It's a lot of using the abusing spellcraft and using the gouging claw cantrip to like carve details into the face and tail and body of the thing.
That tracks. That's fair. I like it. Then we'll have day 6 come to a close. Day 7 dawns as you are still, frankly, surrounded by ocean and have been for several days now. Crown Prince Elbert just is, without a doubt, the furthest from home I have ever been. Only imagine what sailors from era past thought when they looked out at all of this, but down there.
Y'all remember what I said when we were on that river?
No.
You ever look at a lot of water?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad someone found my joke funny. But yes, that is a lot of water. Not wrong, Fef.
Listen, we're from the mountains and then the plains and then a forest. All right, I'm not used to this.
And then a snowfield, and then the ocean.
Yeah, well, don't go back to the snowfield though. I saw the thing.
You had a long. Oh, and you've been to a desert at this point, if my sources are correct. Yes.
Oh yeah.
We did cross through Greats.
Yes, into the nation of Hasir now. It is now the kingdom of Hasir.
Oh, that was one of like the least unpleasant parts of our journey, I think.
well, except for the part where we encountered Zoran who could breathe fire so hot it melted stone.
But yeah, but we dealt with that.
Not exactly.
Are you dead?
We survived it. That does not mean that we dealt with it. That is part of why we have been down here, is to find out how to deal with it.
He has
That's
a
a
point.
work in progress.
He's not wrong. We're working on it. We're working on it. I must say though, this has been a fun journey. Being out to the palace, being in the rough of it, such as it is, sort of. I don't think
And
I can rightfully call being aboard the largest airship the Empire has ever produced as roughing it, but
no, I think that would be an extreme disservice.
yes. But it's the closest I've been.
You should visit Wall of Alabama.
I can hear Roland just fucking screaming in the distance. Just,
I'm pretty sure even Lorenz is probably internally screaming at just the thought.
Hmm,
Fuck.
just keep real quiet. Don't say the words. Those are inside words, and they're not allowed to be outside words.
Bougie motherfucker!
it's been nice roughing it. Has been staying in the former governor's manor at the top of Wormrest and in a luxury, uh, large military airship
With honors.
with honors and an honor guard.
And
Nope.
honored friends, huh?
Yes, with honored
Hey.
friend. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Mahajapit is here.
Oh,
Brilliant.
They're inside words. They're inside words.
That is a joke. That is. I am making a joke. Yeah.
You just bottle those words up real tight.
Oh, childhood traumas. Yes.
I'm 12.
So in goblin years, you are 60 something. Yes.
But yeah, honestly, doing pretty good.
And you see the crown prince is kind of looking around and reaching into his coat, pulls out a very nice looking bottle, pulls off the top, takes a swig. Would anyone like some?
I'm gonna
Yes,
just-
please.
I'm gonna step out of the way to like clear a path between Fef and that bottle.
Hey, now I'll be polite for now.
He offers it to you, Fef. And as you take a drink, it is, without a doubt, the smoothest brandy you have ever drank.
I was gonna ask, has Fef ever had brandy? But let's be honest, there's probably not an alcohol under the sun that he hasn't. And there's probably some that have never seen the light of day that he has as well.
I bet there's a chart somewhere.
That is Imperial Reserve brandy from the palace's casks in the basement of the Imperial Palace.
I was going to offer you a drink of my own in return, but at this point, I feel like that would be an insult.
I would take it, however.
Gonna pull out the trusty bottle of hooch.
Whoa!
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, as he reaches for him, I was gonna be like, "Are you sure?"
Mostly. I was going to make some silly remark, but mostly. And he takes a swig before.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Well, there go to my nose hairs. Pat passes the bottle of hooch back. Oh.
You shouldn't have to worry about any stomach problems for a while either.
Oh. Are you sure?
Well, after the initial bit.
He kind of takes the bottle of brandy back and just takes another swig. Just aged 150 years. Would anyone else like?
I'll trade you a sip for a sip.
Fuck it. Why not?
Oh
This is my favorite.
no!
Lawrence is just watching this shit with a big old grin.
As Maha sees this and just it takes a second, then he just remembers, oh.
I'm gonna look over while Pax and Albert are doing this. I'm gonna look over at Fef and just give him the drinking signal and then ask for the bottle.
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
Albert trades bottles with you, Fef, or not Fef, Pax, and just cheers, friend.
That tastes like everywhere we've been.
There's a hint of earthiness to it. Some walnut aftertaste. Earthy aroma. I'm bullshitting you. This is very good, but just fucking hell.
I was gonna say, if you could pick anything out from that concoction, then you have a more accurate palate than anyone I have ever met.
I cannot. Now, the Imperial Royal Arms Master probably could. I'm not going to lie to you. He swaps bottles back with you, Pax. And Pax, it is very, very good brandy. Definitely some care put into it. And by the way, for any curious, Ilona this entire time has just been fucking just helping with the heavy lifting on the ship as needs be, helping with sails, ropes, what have you. Despite the cold out of her armor in like a fucking tank top and just because back muscles.
I'm just looking at my fucking character sheet and I'm just amused looking at because of fucking untrained improv. With the disparity between my stats, even with being trained in athletics, it is worse than my untrained acrobatics.
That's really funny.
Tiny little 8 strength gnome.
Yeah. It do be like that. It do be like that. But yes. So, as the day progresses on, Albert doing his best to now in animated form, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neuron activate. That it really was one of the best parts of that anime. But as the 7th day begins to draw to a close and the sun begins to set on the west behind you, you hear the call of land ho from one of the ships that's actually up ahead, and before the orders quickly passed back, the other ships, and down below you see up ahead, you see a fairly small spit of an island. It's still not necessarily super small, don't get me wrong, but it's like I would say roughly on par with the big island of Hawaii to give a real world kind of comparison.
Right. Okay.
From where you are, you can definitely see the other end of the island. But as you're getting closer, as the sun is setting, you can see a mass of airships just flying the Free Sail Republic's colors, all kind of anchored at a port, as there appears to be effectively a cove with you see lights beginning to show up, beginning to appear in the darkness, in the growing darkness, I should say. Um, and amongst all the airships, you see as you're coming in closer, your own retinue is lowering down and getting closer. You see a single lone naval ship flying the Roshadran colors. And as you are getting closer, you watch as very bright, pointed, directional lights are lit up and kind of point towards your airship, your fleet, to light it up. Stabbing beams of light, kind of cutting through the darkness. It's not super bright from where you guys are, but as it's getting closer, it's definitely getting brighter. And as you draw to a closer, the kind of beams actually start to kind of you notice that there's actually they're effectively guiding you into port safely. And kind of while still some of them are illuminating you, some of them are kind of like directing the helmsman's where to go and whatnot. And you see that there is an unoccupied airship tower that your ships are kind of being guided towards. And most of your ships in the retinue back off, kind of staying at a distance as the dreadnought comes in and uh comes up next to the airship tower before landing. Well, not landing, but coming to a stop and anchoring, and the gangplank is lowered. Crown Prince Albert just well, it's showtime then.
I suppose it is.
Ilena just kind of stepping out onto the gangplank first and walking across very carefully, or kind of and just even making a motion to the Crown Prince to just stay, and then kind of stepping out. Just is anyone else following her, or
Um, I'm considering it, but I'm also debating whether I want to have Glinthatook summoned as well, if we are having him as our 10th, as it were.
Yeah, I'll go. Figure the guard should go first, basically.
okay?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, I'll call Glinthatook out then. We'll have the guards move forward to
Got you.
ensure.
Are you summoning Glinthatook on the ship, or are you summoning him on the tower?
I feel like having him summoned before getting there probably would be better, just for the sake of not like if I get up to the tower like up by them and then summon something, they're probably going to take that as a lot more threatening than just walking and approaching with him already at my side, as it were.
Right.
So yeah, I think summoning Glinthatook while on the ship and just both of us going on the gangplank to the tower.
As you guys approach, begin to approach, the guards definitely taking note of Glinthatook. The fuck? Uh, uh,
He's with me, and kind of just a little point to the sigil on the shoulder, which Glinthaduk also has the same sigil at
Right.
his shoulder.
And you guys, from what you approach, and it's about there are just two folks, pirates, people, guards here to greet you, wearing uh effectively a winterized version of what you would traditionally see of a pirate in a tropical region. Like the long coat is there and everything, but like, or at least it would be. But it's like instead of a very loose fitting white loose shirt, it's like it's a sweater.
Fur aligned and
It's just a sweater, like a turtleneck. There's a pirate in a turtleneck sweater. It's just like
Just a skull and crossbones on the chest knitted in.
my grandmother made that. What are you talking about? I think it looks fetching. One of them kind of one with a lantern even. I just hey how are you doing? Are you the Bavarian party?
Aye, we're here for the talks. We are the invited guards of the prince and simply wished to disembark first to ensure everything's in order.
Understandable. I will you are free to take a look around. Make sure everything's safe. No, it is understandable. We are. I, were I not a pirate as well, I'm sure. Were I not what I am, I'm sure I would be nervous in your shoes. Is I think trying to say.
Well, it's not as if we're intending to assume any sort of foul play, but war times being what they are, can never be too careful.
And it is understandable. No, entirely. Please, and you give me perception checks for anyone who is just taking a look around the platform, the tower, to try and make sure it's safe. I will.
I do have Trap Finder, by the way, which gives me a +1 because I am specifically looking for traps.
Roll one. Oh. Okay, Fef.
There we go.
I was just trying to get the
Oh, the circumstance bonus.
Yeah.
Understandable. Yeah, as you guys give a very thorough sweep of the platform, you don't detect. There's no traps. There's no nothing. There's no secret anyone hiding or anything. It's not an ambush. It is a airship tower. The two that have actually been sent out to greet you, even like offering their lanterns to help you guys check it in the twilight of dusk.
right. Well, everything looks to be in order.
Yeah, the High Captain has asked you here in good faith and goodwill. He hopes that to show you that in tomorrow. It is, of course, we're sure you're tired of your voyage. No one expects diplomacy to happen at the end of a long voyage before anyone has had a chance to rest up, bathe, whatever you wish, drink.
I come at it with fresh minds.
Exactly. But yes, if you would like, we can show you through your cabin. That the emphasis is mine, not the characters.
Right.
Cabin, yes, cabin.
Very well. I will go inform the prince.
Eh,
Yeah, just gonna head back along the gangplank.
okay. And the crown prince is is it safe?
Everything all looks to be clear. They,
Excellent.
the guards they sent to greet us did say that the High Captain did intend to welcome us in good faith and to hopefully show that in the meeting come tomorrow. They do have cabins prepared for us, they say, so
Wonderful.
we have
Wonderful.
some proper sleeping arrangements.
Aye.
If you and Veostrix and Leolin would like to all disembark, they're ready to show us there whenever.
And the crown prince nods and steps upon the gangplank with Leland and Veostrix just kind of following behind. Just Veostrix being the closest to the crown prince, just because of course it's a little windy, so the gangplank is kind of. It's the Veostrix walking behind the crown prince. The crown prince has no idea, but Veostrix is doing this, by the way. But you all can see, and even the guards, just like one of the guards, an elf, kind of leans over to you, Laura, and just it doesn't get out of the castle very much, does he?
No, scholarly types.
Eh. It has to be hardy enough to make the voyage, so I'll give him that.
You'd be surprised.
And as the other three gonna get down to the platform, the two that are here, the which is a elf and a dwarf, I should say, to give you guys a little bit of idea. Just the elf just all right. We'll take it straight to your cabins. You can rest up. We do have hot water from a hot spring, a naturally occurring hot spring up in the mountains. So we can you can probably have some pretty nice bath. If you'll follow me.
We'll be on our way.
And as you head down, you are led down from the tower, kind of out onto wood. As you're walking through, a lot of torches are now lit up along the sides of the planks of the boardwalk. I guess that would be more accurate of a term. Um, a lot of the dockside area is primarily just wood and built up to accommodate for the fact that um, it's very sandy and rocky, more rocky than sandy, on sort of the beach, as it were. Uh, it's a very chilly, cold island, so there's not a lot of trees and sand. It's rock and silt. It's very windy and chilly, but the surrounding kind of mountains that do kind of surround the cove, as it were, uh, does provide a bit of natural barrier.
So not as harsh as it could be.
Right. It's definitely like you get the feeling that if it weren't for the mountains, it would probably be like 10, 15 degrees colder than it is now. And for what it's worth, it is at the moment above freezing here. Like it's probably about wager 45, 50 degrees, which is rather impressive considering you are further south than even Storland. Um, it's the
I was just like, I'm not expecting this to last.
you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, honestly. It's really depends on the day. Um, some days warmer than others. I think there was one time we were here and the almost tropical in a way.
I'll take your word for it.
You do notice, by the way, these guards who are walking with you have effectively on one side one hip a pistol, and on the other some kind of melee weapon, sword, club, sword for the elf, club for the dwarf. Um, and as they lead you along the boardwalk and kind of up into away from the dock through the town, you pass by quite a few like taverns, even just that are very much in the swing of partying. You can hear raucous singing, shouting. As you pass by one tavern, there's just straight up a fist fight happening outside with just people just crowding around.
Get that a lot?
Honestly, it's typically more common the further north you go on one of the more northern islands.
How's the singing, by the way?
Better than Soren's. Admittedly, when you get like 20, 25 people all singing relatively in the same key,
They're all close enough.
right. It's shanties. It's just fucking people singing shanties, drinking. You're pretty sure there's someone fucking in that alley over there, but it's dark and frankly, nobody really wants to go look. Presumably. It's
I'm good, Chief.
not the coldest place I've been to, but admittedly, but it's not bad here. Generally. Until you get to about the dead of winter, it's not bad. At the dead of winter, the snow starts to fall, the ice starts to fall. That's when it can get pretty bad. Don't get me wrong. But for the most part, it's not terrible. Oh, unless you go on the other side of the mountain. Then it is a frigid hellscape basically year round. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Can't recommend it.
Don't recommend it, not one bit. Yes, is any questions? I'm effectively your designated tour guide for the evening. Are you hungry? Thirsty?
I think most of us are, right?
I could eat.
Hmm.
Okay. How do you feel about fish?
Used to living on the river. Fish is pretty common there.
Ah, I knew that was the reason I liked you. All right. Yeah.
Fish
I
will do.
I know at least a few captains grabbed skimmed low over the ocean while we were coming here and grabbed some fish from the ocean. I'll see what I can scrum up for you.
Sounds nice.
And he leads you up up kind of along the path. The wood giving way to more rocky, gravelly kind of texture under your boots. Um, and up to a cabin that is more in a kind of private-ish neighborhood. You're on a higher elevation, I would say. Like if the city were tiers, the bottom tier would be the docks. The first tier would be like the brothels, the taverns, and the fisheries and whatnot. You would be kind of like on 2 tiers above that in terms of elevation. And admittedly, it's somewhat harder to get a feel for what the rest of the place looks like, as the sun has fallen fully by this point behind the mountains, so it's fairly dark. Even as the sky is not necessarily black yet, it is still dark where you are.
Right. I'm just only seeing like scattered bits of whatever torchlight there is.
Right, exactly. And admittedly, this is clearly an issue that they have been aware of, and so there is a fuckload of torchlight, very similar to the street lights that you guys are familiar with back in the Devarian capital, but less high tech, basically. Um,
Proper torches.
yes, and the elf leads you to a fairly nice looking cabin. It's got a nice wraparound porch. Leads up and just this is where we have allotted your party. There are if I remember correctly, 8 bedrooms. So some of you may have to bunk up. I apologize for that. Um, and dining room, kitchen, I believe 5 bathrooms. Um, it's one of the larger ones. So, but it's the High Captain did not want you to not be. What am I trying to say? Fucking hell. The High Captain wanted to show you, give you a good place to stay. Is basically what I am trying to say, and royally fucking up. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not usually a fucking tour guide. I don't know why they gave me this goddamn job.
I'm gonna offer him a bottle, like a drink from the bottle of hooch.
Fucking thank you. And he just grabs it, swigs it, slams it back, and hands it back. No reaction.
Yup, that sure is the dead life of a service worker.
That's good shit, by the way.
You are very welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yes, I'll go and get you food. Yeah. And he just kind of turns and quickly wanders off, and the dwarf, meanwhile, who's just been silent this entire time, just you have to forgive the lad. He's rather nervous. He's never been part of a diplomatic missions before.
Well, considering you seem a fair bit more at ease, have you?
No, not in the fucking slightest. I just know how to keep my fucking cool better than that mop shite.
We're gonna also offer the dwarf the bottle of hooch.
Aye, fuck it, why not?
We are making friends tonight.
Nice. Nice. Well, Continentals, please enjoy your stay for the evening. Me and the little piss mop over there are going to be guarding you throughout the night, and a few others as well. Personally picked out by the High Captain, and of course, all of you as well are free to stay up. Not going to tell you to sleep or anything. That would be suspicious. What? Don't look at me like that as he looks at Mahajapit. I know how it sounds, alright?
Yeah, I'm beginning to tell that you've never been part of diplomatic excursions before.
I'm a sailor. The fuck do they want from us? Ilana just... And I thought I was bad with being social.
Well, seems you have good company.
Right. Yeah. Meanwhile, Albert just, well, I'm certainly excited to see our temporary home. Shall we head in? As he just kind of starts heading up the stairs, just heads up inside, and it is, as the elf said, it's not a shabby cabin. You know, there are good amenities. It's well lit. Once, of course, torches are lit up. It is once you get inside, it's fairly warm. It is well insulated here. And it is fairly spacious, all things considered. It's a few floors, just basically has what you need. And it's about 20 minutes later, the elf comes back with a few others, just carrying plates of still steaming cod, some lobster on some other plate, like some crab on some other. Just, I didn't know what fish you liked, so I got a lot. As he just kind of starts setting it down on the dining room table.
No, don't think you'll hear any complaints from us.
Cool. If the High Captain asks, we did good? Yeah.
We'll put in a good word.
Cool. Anyways, we'll be outside, watching out for you. Yeah. Yeah. Bye. Just kind of scuttles off.
Just trying to get, just from looking at him, just a gauge on how old this guy is.
To give me a perception check. You gather he's definitely fairly young. Um, if you had to wager, probably a little bit younger than Lorenz.
I actually don't know if I've even gotten Lorenz's age from him.
Early 20s.
I was gonna say, just the fist pump is kind of what gave it. Just like, this is a fucking kid.
To be fair, he is elven heritage. It would be hard to tell, but yes, he is a fucking kid.
But as you are kind of left to your own devices, once you settle in, you do see the occasional like outline and torch of your guards, effectively kind of patrolling outside, or occasionally just shooting the shit on the porch. Um, is there anything anyone would like to do for the evening?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, there's, even with the guards in particular that we've come across seeming well intentioned, Maha's still gonna feel a bit paranoid and want to actually like check and inspect the food they brought.
Sure.
Just make sure there's no signs of it being fucked with.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Um. Hmm. They give me a survival check, I guess would be the closest. Survival or nature?
Both equally kind of shit. Blind, I presume.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll 1 too.
Okay. Okay. After a thorough examination of the food, you can definitely tell, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they put way too much butter on. But is otherwise fine. Pax, you especially can tell that they didn't fuck with the food. They just kind of fucked up the cooking of it.
Just looking at it, just, I hope they don't eat like this every day.
They might actually eat worse, depending on how things go.
Yeah, I think Ma is just gonna try and, after fears being settled about any potential tampering or bullshit tonight, probably just gonna try and keep settled for the evening. Just,
Yeah, Crown Prince, by the way, once the food has been cleared, absolutely just digs in. Yeah.
as expected.
Very sweet. No, not rich. Very rich.
I'd almost wager there's more butter than fish on some of those plates.
I hope they didn't. I hope they did not. I hope they did not. In an attempt to appease imperial tastes, fuck up their own cooking. I'd feel bad. I'd feel genuinely bad.
Perhaps this is just the way that they assume that we eat.
Right? Exactly what I'm trying to say.
I'm, if that is the assumption they make, I'm not sure what to make of it.
I'm not either. I'm going to be honest. Not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's just
I mean, it's butter. It's hard for butter to be bad, but just
in the immortal words of the goblin chef Doblapine, more butter is always good.
I hate you so much.
Yeah, my brain went, wait a fucking minute.
Yeah.
Hey! Everything that was just said.
Yeah. Yeah, that fried the optic nerves, or what little is left of them. I am blind now.
I still can't believe it's not poison.
It's
I mean,
because
it's poison. It's long-term poison.
no. Where do
They,
you?
they could be aiming to try and stop his heart, 10 years from now when his arteries are clogged.
Where else do you think we got the phrase "gobs of butter"?
I'll see you on break.
Sarenrae, give me the strength.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Yes. But Pax, you said you sounded like you wanted to do something.
Um, I'm still very paranoid, so
Okay, just not going to eat any of the fish.
nope. I figured that gives us at least 2 people just in case they have done something we couldn't figure out.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything this evening?
Just grab a plate and do a walkabout of the rooms while I eat.
Yep, I'm in the same boat, really.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fairly nice manor, honestly. Crown Prince Albert kind of claiming master bedroom for himself. Leolin and Veostrix also kind of claiming a bedroom for themselves. And then that leaves 6 more for the rest of you. Ilana just quietly just, anyone mind if I bunk up with them?
I only need 2 hours of sleep, so I don't even need a bedroom.
Oh, cool. And being the only other woman here, I was hoping, but did not want to assume.
If you require the company, I will indulge.
Cool.
Cool.
Just kind of Ilana very much looking like a giant in a world of cardboard. Being very dainty with everything. Sorry, I thought that was Howling Fjord music for a second. I was like, oh! Yeah, so. with that, then we'll head in as the night begins to fall more proper. Food settling in for most of you, whether it be fresh buttered fish or rations. That is where we will begin our break. But we'll come back in about 10 minutes, I would say. In 10 minutes, yeah. So about 8:15, give or take.
Okay.
Alrighty. Sounds like a plan.
Yep, I will be back. My dog is acting very sketchy.
Oh, okay. I understand completely.
Sus ass dog.
Yep. All right, we'll see you guys very soon.
Alrighty. All right. Go.
We're going to be starting a little bit later, just a little bit. Jake went off to the gas station to grab some cheap beers real quick.
Ah, okay.
That's fair.
I was going a bit longer than I expected. Apologies.
So, okay.
Turned. TJ is making a bagel in the kitchen real quick. Or I should say, toasting the bagel in order to put cream cheese upon it.
E.
As we all know, bagels are butt vessels.
For cream cheese, yes.
Only because it's not socially acceptable to just like straight up eat cream cheese for some reason.
Yes, it is. It's called cheesecake.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Okay.
that is also entirely valid.
Yes.
But no, you can't just take a spoon and put it in cream cheese and eat a spoonful of cream cheese.
Yeah.
You
Fuck you! I
can.
can't put a spoon in cream cheese and eat a spoonful of cream cheese.
Yeah.
Nothing is stopping anyone from doing that,
As the great goblin chef
I mean, I do.
Goblopine
other than
taught us,
manners.
No, I do.
I
Supposed
will
manners.
fucking end
it is
you,
entirely
Jake.
acceptable to just dip a spoon into cream cheese and just go at it. In fact, that is one of Doblopine's favorite lunchtime recipes.
I hate. I don't like Miss Peen. I said what I said.
Yeah, well, maybe Miss Peen likes you.
Imagine someone liking you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, bud.
Can't be me.
Not me. I'm built different.
I'm built alternatively. Built
Built
stupid.
different. Built different. Built stupid.
No, I wasn't built this way. I had to work for it.
Built just dumb as shit.
Work. Have unfortunate medical accidents inflicted upon you.
You know.
Life's a bitch.
Yes. So, as
Sorry, I was
Light-
built different. Built IKEA.
life's a
Blood,
bitch.
sweat, and tears,
Built.
and missing a few screws.
No, IKEA is just built.
Life's a bitch, but that doesn't mean I have to be. So,
Have to be and want to be don't mean the same thing.
as we come back, the sun beginning to peek through. Well, no, light begins to peek through the windows of your rooms. The sun does not, by any means. The sky kind of beginning to turn twilight as beyond the mountains to the east of you, the sun begins to rise. But the sunlight itself has not directly come down into the cove itself yet.
The sky is turning lighter.
Yes.
That's about all we're getting.
Yes. Exactly. And it is definitely it is definitely frigid. The temperature definitely dropped overnight. But even still, there's the ground itself is not covered in any sort of frost or snow, but you can see that on the rooftops of buildings is a layer of frost. As you kind of step outside, the morning air is very brisk. Very, very. Depending on how you feel about cold, very uncomfortable. But as you all wake up, do your daily preparations, have breakfast, the Crown Prince eventually coming out of his room, fully showered and shaved, and just, well, friends, shall we? What is the word? Get this play on the road.
Close enough.
Theolin and Theostrix themselves coming out as well, of course, from their room. Theostrix with a very nicely trimmed fucking like goatee going on, kind of a longer mustache that just kind of almost let. I don't want to say. I want to make sure I'm quoting the correct person, or kind of very much like a Fu Manchu thing going on, but with a goatee as well.
Right. I figured that was probably what you were going for.
Right. Theostrix just. Well, how did you all sleep?
Soundly enough.
Mostly on my back.
That's good. That is a good way to sleep, Pax. I'm glad you were able to. Was the mattress was firm enough for you then?
Better than the yurt.
Understandable.
I like the yurt.
Oh,
Well,
I do too.
while you all were asleep and Aslan, you were resting, I went about and made some arcane alarms around everyone's room just in case.
Hmm.
They did not trip, so leave. Yeah, good. And in the night, rest in the foyer of the manor. you can see that a chair has been delivered, or more accurately, it's kind of a mini throne. It is about the size of like a slightly bigger than a dinner table, or I'm sorry, a dinner chair. Um,
I'll say dinner table. Like, hold up.
uh, very the chair itself very ornately kind of decorated, uh, gold, kind of filigree, uh, in some grooves, gemstones on the top. Just well, as with the tradition, the leaders must carry their own chair to the meeting. So, yeah, Crown Prince Albert just kind of lifts his chair up and just
Ma just looks at it and just kind of shakes his head with a little bit of a grin, and just like, "You've got a chair like that. I don't ever want to hear you say you were roughing it down here."
I'd be offended, but I suppose you're not incorrect.
I'm just trying to keep you honest.
A good trait for a leader to have. I appreciate it. So, as you guys begin to head out, the elf from the night before just, oh, nice to see you. And a very, which in the light you can tell, got kind of he's black haired, kind of slicked back, little bit of a beard going on, but not terribly much. Just hope you all slept well. And I know it's odd sometimes sleeping on land for me. So much time spent at sea or in the air, as the case may be. But I'm sure you all want to get to the meeting, eh? So I'll follow me. And he turns and kind of starts to lead you guys along. The Crown Prince hefting up the chair and walking. Ilana, you notice kind of falling back to the back of the trail you guys kind of have. Most just taking up the rear guard more than anything.
Okay. Well, also, like before we've departed, I have Glinthatook out again as
Sure.
part of the retinue.
Right. Definitely drawing looks. Definitely drawing a lot of looks. Even a few, just hushed conversations on people you pass by. Um, and as it kind of takes you up, higher up along the hills in the cove. And as you're getting higher and higher, you're kind of getting to like it's more sparsely populated, but these are like nicer homes, but not necessarily bigger homes. Lots of like 1 to 2 bedroom kind of places, but like they definitely look like someone put actual like effort and time and money into building it. Um, until eventually, as you go higher up and higher up, uh, eventually you come to one house, um, definite like think mid 1700s kind of plantation style home. A gate around the grounds that and as you walk in, the guards just at the gate just very in retinue, yeah, and they kind of open the gates and as you all are led inside, the cobble, not cobble, but kind of gravelly walkway that you guys have been following, kind of looping around, so to speak, around actually a fountain that is just like in the middle. And you can see steam rising off of the water. for a very interesting kind of effect as it hits the cold air and whatnot.
All right, you got to keep some of this believable. Like, where is this water supposed to be coming from? Right?
God damn it.
I always have to get that fucking shit.
No, that's fair. But yes, as you kind of approach and you let in, and here, of course, there are some more armed guards, but you do also see some of the Duvarians that you flew in with also mixed in with the guards here as well, kind of intermingling, mostly keeping to themselves for the most part, but also like keeping an eye on each other and keeping an eye out for each other in a weird way.
Right.
But kind of mutually assured, like my leader's here, your leader's here. We don't want anything to happen to each other's leaders. Let's just keep it cool.
Right.
As you are led up to the door, you eventually the front door does open up as you approach, and a very tall, very lean, very kind of gaunt uh catfolk gentleman in a very nice two-piece suit. No, I'm sorry, three-piece suit. Just you must be the Bavarian envoy. The chair, admittedly, is a dead giveaway. Welcome to the High Captain's winter residence. If you will follow me, I will take you to the meeting chamber. The High Captain has already taken a seat, and the Roshadran King is awaiting your entrance to make his own. And Crown Prince Albert just... you can tell he's looking a little winded from having carried his chair all the way up the fucking, like, hillside. I was like, excellent. Excellent. That'll be, glad to meet them. And just, you gotta, kind of begins to lead the catfolk just back fucking 90-degree angle fucking... Wait, no. I'm sorry. That would be unfortunate.
No, that is not what you want.
No, the back like a full 180 degrees, just ramrod straight as he walks. Very much proper, leading you through the manor home, and eventually taking you through a side door before staying in front of another side door. Please, if you will, wait here. And he steps into the room, closing the door behind him. And Crown Prince Albert just... Oh. Well, I believe this would be it.
Right. Moment's here. Let us pray that these talks are productive.
Indeed. And remember, don't draw your weapons unless you see them draw their weapons.
Right.
That's just gonna look at his hands.
Just stay at ease.
Yes. Oh, we do not want to be seen as an aggressor nation during the peace talks if violence does occur. And it's a few more minutes before the...
Just as that doorknob starts to open back up, I'm going to cast Read Auras just to have it ready for when we walk into the next room, but I'm not casting it right at the meeting, basically.
Okay. You're kind of preparing it.
I thought Read Aura is a 1 minute cast of focusing on a specific object.
Oh, that's right. Yes, it is.
So yeah, cast time 1 minute. Yeah, you're right.
You're thinking of Detect Magic.
Yeah, I had prepared the wrong one because I hate how this works.
That's understandable. It do be like that, though. Because, yeah, Detect Magic is like how you find the magic item, and then Read Aura is how you discern what the item is.
Right. Well, and Detect Magic really only tells you that there's magic around. Read Aura is how you actually define the source.
Right. I think with Detect Magic, you can somewhat refine it down at heightened levels. Like, yeah, when it's at 4th level, you can pinpoint the source for
Of the
to within
highest
a
level
5
magic,
yeah, the highest level magic within a 5-foot cube.
which is I don't know how big this room is about to be, so a 5-foot cube could be enough room to be obfuscating. Was my big problem.
Right, and it does technically also only have a range of 30 feet to
Yeah,
give that emanation.
I was hoping to. So yeah, I guess at some point it doesn't matter now. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. And as the door opens, if the representatives from the Devarian Empire and the representative of the Roshadran Kingdom will please enter. Watches. The Crown Prince steps inside, and as you follow in behind him, you are led into a square room. Uh, you notice the immediate thing that stands out is there are doors on every wall. There are 4 doors in the room. Each one kind of, and in the center of the room is a circular table, a very, very hardwood circular table. And as you step in, the wall to your right has pin chairs spread out in front of the door, effectively along the wall, all being sat in, and in front of them is sitting in a very polished and refined chair, with admittedly his feet up on the table. Uh, a You see a gentleman with obsidian black skin, an open coat on, uh, brown leather, um, with a kind of tricorn on, and out from the tricorn you see curling horns that are black and then end in embers. And below and on the shadow cast from the chandelier above, because there's a chandelier at the center ceiling of the room, kind of casting shadows downwards. You see 2 burning ember pinpricks of eyeballs staring at you from the shadows of the tricorn. Black dreadlocks kind of spilling out that also end in a burning coal like appearance, with actually a very thick beard that just, you see burning embered smoke, just burning embers just kind of light and go out, ending in smoke that kind of drifts up to slightly obscure the face. And across from you, as the door opens, you see a very tall and wide, uh, gray-skinned orc walk into the room, carrying a very, I don't want to say simple, but it is almost like a high-backed dining room chair. And as you kind of take a closer look, it is, you can tell that designs have been made into the chair. You know, there are, you see wolf heads kind of coming off from the top of the high back, with the designs of what would be rock heads for the armrests, and very animalistic kind of, uh
Almost totem-like in a sense.
sort of, yes, totem like, emphasis, or not emphasis, but designs throughout, on the chair. And but as you kind of look closer, you can tell it's not perfect. There are like, like nicks, and like there are places where you can see like, almost like a chisel kind of like went in, and then like the whoever was carving it just kind of was like, that's not right, and then kind of started again in the same area to try and correct. Very rough roughshod. Thank you. In design, it is overall it comes together, but the longer you look, the more you can tell that there are imperfections into the design. And the Crown Prince steps forward, as does the orc, and the third party takes his feet off the table and stands. And as you guys step in, the 10 chairs, are set around on your side, on your wall, to kind of block off the door that you've just entered in through, for you to sit at. And Glinthatook definitely draws some fucking looks, and you can hear murmurs from the Resale Republic side of the room. All 10 of the guards there you can tell are, they all have long coats, very similarly. Different kind of, various different hat styles that kind of go throughout various different races and whatnot, heritages. And the orc and the Crown Prince Albert set their chairs down and come around in front, and Crown Prince Albert removes his rapier, holding it in front of him. The orc removes a two-handed great axe from behind him and offers it out. And the obsidian-skinned Ifrit undoes two braces of pistols, holding them out before adjusting to hold onto one hand, holding a short sword from his waist, and then reaching down and pulling a dagger out from his boot and putting that on top of everything. And and then offers that out, and all three in unison set their weapons down on the table before taking their seats. Well, I want to thank everyone for accepting my offer of hospitality to come to this quaint, cold piece of shit island that we do so call home. In the winter, sometimes, anyways. Some of you may have gathered. I am High Captain Iban Oceanrunner. I welcome you to my lands. It is my hope that we will be able to, through these talks, bring an end to the war that you Continentals have been fighting for the last generation. And admittedly, I will say up front, openly, that my hope for being here is to hopefully get work a trade deal in with you, Crown Prince Albert, to go from being known as pirates in your land to simply unconventional traitors, without having to invoke the wrath of your Merchants Guild. Crown Princess. That is interesting. You and the orc just. I'm sorry. A car just drove past, like their speaker loud as shit, and I heard what I can only describe as some weird fusion of R&B and jazz. For like 3 seconds, just as it drove by, and like, what?
We got to introduce you to City Pop and Future Funk.
Understandable. Or kind of clearing his throat. Just, I am War King Arcus of Kingdom of Roshadran. and I am grateful to you, Crown Prince Albert, for being willing to come down here and talk peace. Uh, I know that the history between my kingdom and your empire is filled with blood, violence, and it is my sincere hopes that by the time these peace talks are over, that can be at an end. I understand. It's nice to meet you. Working Arcus, as you know, I am Crown Prince Albert, first in line to the throne, and empowered by my mother, Empress Jessamine, to act in diplomatic capacity. And I am glad that you share my hopes for peace. And he kind of nods, and he's the Roshadrin War King is his head is shaved bald, except for except for one spot on the back of his head, which is a very long braided like ponytail, effectively, that just kind of goes down to about his waist. Um, and he just, I'm very, I suppose where we should start is, of course, I give you congratulations on your retaking of Kalint. That is an inevitability at this point. You played that masterfully well. Was a good insurgency, from what my informants have gathered. Very calculated strike, and I'm as much as it puts my kingdom in a very hard position as a leader, I and elect not elected as someone who rose to my position to lead my kingdom in this time of war. I have to respect good warfare when I see it. And Crown Prince Albert just, I admittedly cannot take all of the credit. Um, did not know that the plan would work. Were it not for the work of 6 very clever individuals, it would not have worked as well as it did. I trust that the governess and Ashmore and her child made it home safe. Yes, yes. I received word back from the Roshadran capital city that she has arrived safely and was seen out of occupied Clint with dignity and unharmed, and for that, again, I offer my thanks. That does not mince words, Albert, if I may be so bold. Go on, of course. There is your empire is in a very good position to fly across the ocean and come to Roshadrin and potentially strike a death blow to the kingdom of Roshadrin and end the war. However, would not be able to get too far into Roshadrin lands before you met resistance, and it is late in the year. Any resistance that you meet will slow you down, and when winter struck, my people know how to handle our lands in winter. We would be pushed out of Roshadran. And during the long winter, we would be able to fortify. Come spring, when the attacks resumed, you would have a much harder fight on your hand. I understand that you have encountered our arcane shot cannons in the Pale Mountains. We could build several of them over the winter along our western borders, and it would be a repeat of the what we call Great Victory, but I am sure you know as a tragedy and massacre at the beginning of the war, when your air fleet attempted to come over the Spine Mountain. Perhaps just nods. That is logic, what you say, and truth, I had been thinking much the same. We have no guarantee of being able to simply fly right in and go straight to your capital and end the war as is seen fit. It has been something that has weighed heavily on my mind. So then I would assume that you're not here to offer unconditional surrender. No, not unconditional. Uh, Roshardran is a very hard land. There is no soil to grow crops. There is no farmland at all. If it were not for the help of the Free Civil Republic, frankly, we would have starved decades ago. And the High Captain just, well, it is what we do. We have been considered we have been not allies, not by any means. We still raid the Roshadran lands every so often, but we've always been willing to sell what we get from to whoever is willing to pay. However, as my people came north across the Spine Mountain, we, as of course you know, we have taken parts of Inkto, which you call Inkto. Yes, that is the very fertile soil where the Empire draws its food from. Yes. It is my hope and humble request that for an agreement to end the war and open trade between our countries willingly, that you would allow us a very a small percentage of what we have already occupied of Inkto. Farmland for my people. Harvest and to plow and to provide for my own people without any need for exorbitant prices through trade. That is a big ask, Arcus. I hope you understand. That yes, I'm aware. I know. But without farmland to provide for my people, I don't know, any ceasefire, any armistice treaty that we sign, 20, maybe 30 years, eventually my people would be clamoring for war again, not out of Not out of any need for bloodshed, but out of a need for survival. To gather food again, to to retake farmlands in order to survive. We would, of course, give you back a significant portion of what we have captured for Ingto. I understand that your peoples have a much higher need for food, uh, have a far larger populace. I only ask for enough to farm for what we need. And in turn, if we have extra, I would speak with the King of Commerce to trade back to the Devarian Empire for additional for good trade. That is, of course, you must admit, Arcus. That is, it would be a very hard pill to swallow for many of the Devarian Empire, losing a fraction of our breadbasket, even in a victory, to the enemy, just to. Yet, cannot help but wonder what my older brother would do in this scenario. And Arcus nods. I did not have the chance to properly meet Crown Prince Dieter when he was alive. I was not even. I was not High King then. I was simply a young pup growing up and trying to make his fame. But from the stories I have heard, your brother was a good man, and I'm very saddened to what happened to him and to our own king at the time. Thank you. I am, for what it is worth, I am sorry for what happened to your king as well. It was a tragic loss on both sides and has led to far too much bloodshed. The High Captain just, yes, it is quite odd, isn't it? A peace meeting between two of the strongest powers on the continent, ending in unfortunate bloodshed that led to a war that has lasted for far too long. Would you not both agree? And both nod. Makes me wonder what kind of third party may have had a hand in it. But I can tell, and the High Captain points over to you guys. I can tell you have questions.
There are a few things that I do wonder about, yes.
And Crown Prince Albert just Mahajapit was at the time he was the one of the diplomatic envoys that we sent with Crown Prince Dieter to the peace meeting that ended so tragically. And everyone in the room just kind of looks over at you, Mahajapit. Or just, oh, very interesting. I I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce your name, but have
Maha will do just fine.
Maha. If that is true, you have. I cannot even begin to understand the trials you must have gone through in the fallout to return home. And uh I remember how turbulent the time was in the immediate fallout. You have my respect. And Albert, just please, if have questions, you I give you my permission as your leader to speak.
Hmm. Well, I must say, with hearing about uh, the plights of your peoples to sustain themselves, King Arcus, is something to which I admittedly did not know the extent of. Even in my time coming down to Rashadran to engage in those talks 35 years past, I did not realize situations were so dire as they were.
It
If there indeed has been no farmable land within Rashadran for so long, how were your people able to carry on?
ah uh partially just living with starvation, but also partially the Free Republic has for many centuries traded with us plundered food, for lack of a more delicate term.
See,
And admittedly also trade with the Hasir princes before they were folded into the Devarian Empire was also very helpful in sustaining the Roshadran people.
aye, the Seer princes were certainly instrumental in keeping trade booming throughout the empire, and admittedly, it is something that, well, even in recent weeks, finding out that perhaps some of the expansion sought by the empire to welcome more lands within the fold of our unity was not quite as helpful to all as we had believed it to be.
Yes, at the time was viewed as a wish by the Devarian Empire to snuff out and overtake our local culture, our local heritage, and our custom, and replace them with Devarian. Uh, and admittedly, to seek after our Warmite or reserves and mines.
Well, I can assure you, from having spent time at Crown Prince Dieter's side in these missions, that was never the intent, though I am sure that simply the statement of such may not go much way to dispel the appearances and feelings of it being otherwise.
It is at this point hindsight. well wishes for an alternate past.
What could have been.
Yes. But and he kind of looks at the high captain. Seems to be getting at something.
I'm curious of that as well.
Yes. It would certainly benefit someone if the two most powerful entities on the continent were at each other's throat instead of perhaps f- focusing on other matters, would it not? Such as, say, the release of an ancient terror once held beneath the desert sands?
Ma's eyes immediately narrow at this. You are a very well-informed man.
I have many ears and many eyes on many parts of the continent, Maha. What if I were to tell you both, all of you, that this war that you have fought for the last 35 years is a diversion?
Are you trying to insinuate that this plot to release the worm has dated back for 3.5 decades?
Oh, even further than that, my good gnome. See, this continent far greater secrets than many of the laymen know. The world is much wider than many on the continent know as well. I only bring this information up in hopes that it will help seal the last gaping wound, as it were, that started this whole thing. If I told you that Crown Prince Dieter and the High King of Rashadran were not, in fact, assassinated by the other, but by a third party that was far more interested in having your eyes and your attentions focused on each other instead of something else going on behind the scene.
Burns a building to hide the burglary.
Yes! Very good. Points for
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. And both the Crown Prince and the War King just. I don't like the insinuation that is being insinuated. Well, no, I do not either. Who then is responsible for my brother's death? That, my friends, would be a rogue sect of scholars that date back many centuries.
Maha looking to Lorenz at this point.
Yeah, looking deathly grim now.
You speak of the Draconic Historians League. Yes, but no. A splinter faction of the Draconic Historians League that, upon learning of the history, the true history of the continent of Capentar, sought to, instead of simply archive that knowledge, wanted to more actively be involved in it. Who, if my sources are to be believed, wished to return the continent of Kapantar to its original masters.
Write their own place in history.
Exactly.
Ingratiate themselves to the victors.
Indeed. After all, what could stand against a great worm and his draconic armies?
I'm gonna look at Mahajapit. That orb wasn't a map to Dragon's Hoard.
You see the High Captain just immediately.
That was to its tomb.
You think Redicaster behind this?
In part,
If what the High Captain here says is true, then our peoples have the very foundation for which our peoples are at war is smoke and mirrors. Yes. Yes, it is. That is troubling. Children people do not like to be deceived. Believe in a fair, upfront fight. If you're going, I believe the ancient phrase is, if I'm going to stab you in the back, you'll be armed and facing me. That is a silly saying, but one that I can definitely appreciate. Then Crown Prince Albert, with all humility, humility, that's not the word. All humbleness and
Humility is the word.
thank you. I am a war king, not a diplomacy king.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
Just internally, I just wanted to say, would you have preferred if you said biology king?
Maybe.
Oh.
I'm not gonna let that go.
Please don't.
Would you then, Crown Prince Albert, grant my request to let Roshardin keep 25% of the lands that we have acquired through the war? I mean, conquered. I would prefer at least occupied, but conquered is not necessarily an inaccurate phrase. To give my people land to till, plow and farm, plant crops. And in return, we shall openly trade and with a discount our wormite ore that we mine. You see Crown Prince Albert's back just kind of straighten up a little bit and just would offer the metal that easily. Yes, I know how important it is to the fabrication of your airships. A cessation of hostilities and the blessing of keeping your land, some of your land. It is worth it. And Crown Prince Albert just. It will be a very hard ass. No, a hard tell. A hard pill to swallow for my countrymen, especially those that have been displaced by the Eastern Front of the war. But knowing now that there is the very reason that our war was made, that this war has carried on, was a lie, a misdirection, and knowing even still that even if I said no and the war were to continue, the war would not be able to, we would not be able to simply no fly into Roshadrin. We'd simply prepare for our defense, for our assault over the winter, and it would, uh, even come spring, it would be a much harder fight to win.
Beyond even that, if we were to simply try and continue this war and engage into a war of attrition, by the time the worm and its draconic armies come back, even if there were to be a victor, it'd be over a kingdom of smoke and ash.
Thank you. Finally, someone starts to get the bigger picture.
Was that the High Captain?
Yes.
And what would the Free Sailed Republic wish in return for the information that would solve this conflict? I do not believe such things are given so freely.
Simply the revocation of the status of pirates on the Capentar continent. Specifically in the Devarian Empire, of course. Tartans do not view us as pirates. You wish to trade? Yes. Where would you get your goods? If you are not plundering from Dever, from Roshadrin, from Hasir, as of course you would not wish to. No, I would never wish to upset the newly minted crown of Hasir.
Likely from wherever they receive their shipments that they've already been giving to Roshadrin.
Seems someone else is informed as well. Yes. Like I said, there's a much wider world out there beyond the mist.
And you're able to navigate beyond them.
Yes, I am. I have seen the wide world. And I have had ships following the worm ever since it sailed east. It flew east, out of the continent of Capentar. Is gathering its army at the birthplace of dragons. On the continent of Uriel. Far to the east. Once, well, thrice discovered by the peoples of Capentar and thrice forgotten.
There's only one other that I've known who has had any knowledge of a continent east beyond the mist.
Not to even mention the others.
Perhaps it's foolish of me to think you would simply give away your secrets, but I have to wonder how it is you're able to make your way past these mists when no one else has been able to know these things that have been lost or seemingly removed from memory?
Yes, the worm's magic does indeed heal memory. As for why I am untouched, I have no fucking clue. Haven't the fucking foggiest. Frankly.
I see what you did there.
That wasn't even intentional, will you believe it? All I know, well, all I've been able to gather so far is that it is something to do with my blood. If my blood is present when a airship attempts to traverse the mist, they pass straight through instead of being rerouted back to the beginning. Well, back to the other side of the continent, I should say.
You speak of your blood, but not of yourself in particular.
Well, all it takes is a little bit of bloodletting, mixing it in with some of the materials used to build a ship, and suddenly the entire ship can go through.
I've never heard of any such thing.
The Free Sail Republic tend to keep our secrets to ourselves, but in the interest of survival, frankly,
Continued existence.
yes, when the worm comes back, it will not be pretty for any of us. It is my firm belief that only through cooperation will we be able to succeed and survive another day.
Well, as you may or may not have knowledge of through your informants, we have managed to have talks with the rune giants of Storland in Kalint's south.
The fabled slayers of two worms in the past.
Indeed. We've told them what we've seen of the rising of the worm and the potential of its return, and they have agreed to give their assistance of the knowledge of their methods for slaying the worm in order to prepare to defend ourselves.
Excellent. Excellent. Then, frankly, all we need is you two. I motion to Albert and Arcus. Make up. I'm sorry, that is a very light, crass term for what has been for all the bloodshed that is spilled. I mean no disrespect to any of your peoples. I get a little excited sometimes. I have known the High Captain for many years. It is true. He does occasionally just get excited when something interesting happens. Prince Albert? Yes? Do you agree to let Roshardran have a fraction of of Inkto, because we might survive. Later, these discoveries that the High Captain has brought to our attention. Yes. Though, with the condition that Roshardran pays reparation to the newly founded Kingdom of Kalint for the hardships that the Kalint people have observed under Roshardran yoke. You can kind of see, but next to you got, through your periphery, you kind of see Elena's spine kind of straighten up a little bit. That is agreeable. Was never meant to be the terrible occupation that it was. Elena finally speaks. You mean genocide? People attempted to exterminate the giants in my land. Yes. For that, I am sorry. I will see that all those responsible are punished to the full extent of Roshadran justice. I believe we have very similar concepts of justice, harsher forms of justice. Speak of the Blood Rock. Yes. Yes. Crown Prince Albert, how much do you feel is appropriate reparation? Helena, you are a native of Kalint. And in fact, your father was one of the ones killed by the Roshadran occupation as they hunted down the giants. And you can see a working Arcus wince. And even this large man shrinks back in his chair a little bit, very much not proud of what his people did. I don't. My heart wants blood and vengeance for what happened to my father and everyone like him, but I know exactly what bloodshed leads to. 3,000,000 platinum pieces paid to the Crown of Kalint in order to help it grow its economic standing, economic power as a newly formed nation. And you watch it, you can see like working Arcus just that is quite a steep price, but in the actions of the Roshadran army in the lands of Clint, I feel that is light. I, on behalf of the Roshadran, on the Kingdom of Roshadran, accept the terms of 3 million platinum pieces to be repaid to the Kingdom of Kalint as a reparation and apology for the heinous crimes committed against its people. Elena just kind of nodding before just settling back in her seat.
Ma going to turn a bit to Albert and say, well, while it seems all of us are certainly coming to agreeable terms here, we do yet have to consider the matters of the general populace. Given the toll that this war has taken over entire generations, there are people who have been born and raised children only ever knowing war. To have this all simply come to an end so peacefully and with lands handed over is not something that many will be able to take to heart so easily.
Yes, I agree. It is going to be a hard adjustment. Those that have lived long enough to see the beginning of the war will, of course, well, I hope, knowing that the cause of the war was false, as we now know. I hope that they will perhaps understand. The younger generations, I believe that peacetime is something that can be grown into, adjusted to, more than wartime can.
I do certainly hope so.
Narcus nods. I also understand that sentiment a great deal. It is when I bring home word of peace, especially aided with the word that we will have proper farmland. I believe the Roshadran people will soon come around. That's my hope. And the High Captain kind of stands and motions to one of his guards, who brings out a rolled up parchment. Or unfurling it, it reveals a map of Kapantar. As he motioned both. Then let us begin to draw new borders. Then I will have my scribe write up proper boards of peace, including the farmland, the trade of the wormium, the reparations to be paid to the newly founded kingdom of Clint, and signed by both of you, acting in full faith and full power as representatives from your empire and kingdom, respectively. We can hopefully draw this bloody war to an end. Oh, right. There's no one here but guards. Hooray.
Huzzah.
Yeah, I was just about to say, huzzah!
Thank you. I'm glad somebody is.
No, Lorenz is miles away right now, champ.
No, I understand. It has been a bloody long conflict. Happy to see it done.
Indeed.
And you watch as Albrecht and Arcus rise and begin to help to just start drawing out borders and discussing, standing side by side, drawing out borderlines, discussing minutiae of various different places and where to keep and what to give away on both sides. With the High Captain just smiling as he kind of crosses his arms across his chest. Job well done. With luck, we might yet see the next year intact. Guards, you are dismissed. And his own guards begin to just stand up, move chairs out of the way, and head out. As the High Captain just walks over to you. Just, unless I am mistaken, it is you six that were responsible for the freedom that Clint now enjoys, is it not?
We might be.
Yes. Well, first of all, let me maybe give my congratulations. Looking at you, Lorraine, specifically. I hope that when this is all said and done, I might perchance get a chance to invite you to the proper capital of the Free Sale Republic. Show you what a proper free sale party can be when there is no war on. Now, you all definitely seem more in the know regarding the worms and dragons. Especially, and motions to Glint the Took, this large motherfucker right here. Which, and he points at you, Mahajapa, just... That sounds like a story, and I'd love to hear it someday.
Tis a bit of a long one, but in short, the astral spirit of a dragon long past.
Very impressive. And this close up, you can see that from the side, out of the tricorn, you can see elf ears sticking up, as obsidian ash black as the rest of his skin. Very, especially this close up, with the shadows now not exactly obscuring the face as much. Just very handsome figure, or a handsome face. Just I have no doubt that I will be seeing more of you in the future when all this is said and done. But for the time being, let your leaders come to their peace terms. I will speak with your crown prince soon about trade terms for my people. Who knows? Maybe we can put some rifles into Varian hands, hmm?
Before you do go, there are a few things that I would like to ask.
Ask away.
As you've said, you do seem to have a very well-informed and well-spread network of your eyes and ears across the continent.
Be amazed what people who are just paid well will tell you.
I have no doubt. But if this knowledge of this branch of the Draconic Historians League is in fact true, to have set all of this in motion, why simply bring it up now, when there are other matters that have brought us here? Why this is the only moment to bring it forward?
Because
And not
finally, both sides of the war are finally in a vulnerable enough position to be willing to fucking listen. When one side thinks they have the advantage over the other, it is fucking impossible to get them to fucking listen for an iota of a second.
Everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to compromise.
Exactly. God damn
Let
it.
alone work together.
Yes! Fuck! I have been trying to tell both sides of this war for the last 30 years, and yet no one fucking listens to the Pirate King.
To be fair, you don't exactly have a reputation worth listening to in Diver.
And that's another thing.
Well, you see, when you say that you want to cease your reputation as pirates and yet refer to yourself as the Pirate King,
We're pirates to others, just not to your people.
Gotta have a safe island to come back home to, I suppose.
What were the early Kalint people but raiders to some, yet traders to others?
I suppose perspective does play a lot into matters then.
Thank you. By the way, the High Captain, of course, as you all can tell, much more animated now that the pretense of being a spooky badass has, passed.
There was one other matter that I did wish to ask about.
Yes, please. Ask away.
As you saw from our own information of knowing about some of the dealings between your Republic and Rashadran, the documents that we found within Ashmore's residence were rather sparse on many details, but there was one name that was present that I have not recognized and hoped you might be able to shed some light on. Mordheim.
Ah, yes, Morton, the last dwarf hold in the world. Sorry, I just saw the twitch in TJ's face.
Let's see. There had been a few mentions of that name of Mordheim within the trade documents, both as a
It's funny
source
because
and party.
we never actually traded with any of the Roshadrans occupying Kalint. We just traded with the Roshadran government. They disseminated as they wanted to.
See, I had been rather curious about that, of whether your deals had been directly with them, or
Nope.
perhaps
That explains why they needed the Red Hand Gang to disseminate their own supplies throughout Calintha.
Gang. And yes, I'm aware of the irony of me saying that.
As long as you're aware.
Oh, yes, entirely.
and then perhaps in a related matter, among those materials listed within the trades, there was a certain one that was not explicitly named, but that we did come across. I believe. Fef, do you still have that on hand, or
What?
the flammable liquid?
Oh, yes. Hold on. Just gonna start digging through my shit.
Right.
Oh, I've got a vial of it in my bandolier, so I'll just pull it out and hand it to Maha. Gently.
Right. Yeah. I'll take it gingerly and say, while we could not see anything within the documents specifically naming or describing the substance, it was simply marked as volatile.
Yes, there's a reason for that as well.
And I would be very interested in hearing that reason.
I'm not quite sure what it is, I'm going to be honest with you. All I know is it's some kind of highly flammable, highly combustible liquid that the dwarfs of Mordheim have uh, constructed themselves.
I believe I called it hilariously flammable.
It is terrifyingly flammable, yes.
Yes.
And you'll pardon me being a bit incredulous about this, but if even the people trading and dealing in this stuff to distribute it to others don't know what it is or what it is for,
Oh,
why the fuck is it being traded?
never said it was rated.
Right. Thundering.
Does it at least have a name?
If it does, I don't know it.
Damn it.
So I suppose if we'd want some answers on it, we would need to actually visit Mordheim then. I don't imagine it's entirely a priority at this point, but perhaps some matter of use for it. If we could actually understand it, who knows? Maybe it has some potential use for us in preparing for this seemingly inevitable war with the dragons.
Perhaps, although getting there would certainly be tricky for you.
Don't tell me. Is it beyond the mist?
Oh, absolutely.
I had a quick question about that.
Yes.
Are you sure it's your blood that does it?
To the
Let
best
people pass the mist.
to the best of my knowledge.
It's not the wormite or wormium or anything.
Other airships have tried to pierce the mist, and Wormite is, well, as we know now, and by name anyway, the metal is required for the sigils that provide the ship power in order to fly. In that case, any flying ship that was to go through the mist would have pierced it. But up until just this moment, we did not even know that was possible.
No, I kind of thought about that. I was wondering if maybe they were using it to, like, almost coat the outside of their ships like a shield.
I'm more inclined to believe what this one says, considering the fact that clearly part of your bloodline is tied to the plane of elemental fire, yes?
You're muted.
Yes, very astute. Fuck.
Perhaps something then to do with being tied to an element. It is power primordial, as it were.
Certainly possible. Again, I haven't the foggiest.
If the dragons were to, and the worms and the dragons were to put to rule the powers of the arcane, then it stands to reason that the powers of gods and the powers of primordial earth and the powers of things unknown, well, have always held sway. It is.
I do have a I'll let you finish your in character statement
Okay.
if there's anything else to it.
Just so it is perhaps possible that some of the earliest magics weaved on this world were done with, well, the primordial forces of magic.
So a bit of a question for if it's a something I need a recall knowledge for or whatnot, or if this is something that's kind of known, or if we've been told and I've just forgotten. Of like we know that for this world, like the eastern continent now, I've forgotten the name that they said for it though.
For real.
But Uriel. Okay. We know with that being the sort of ancestral home of the dragons, but obviously with Maha, especially now with the connection with Glinthatook, knowing about the like the connection of the spirits of dragons being present within the astral plane, is there potentially any link? Is like the astral plane where like the worms or dragons originally hailed from before coming to this world, or again, if that's requires like a recall knowledge or anything like that?
I'm just gonna say, even with recall knowledge, you don't have the means of knowing that yet.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, you'll excuse me. I'm going to make sure that your leader and the War King, title is so flavorfully described, continue to get along.
I'd like to make sure I get my vial back. I have plans for it.
Oh, yeah, of course. He hands it back.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'm planning to throw it at a demon.
Not a bad use for it. Good luck in that.
Hmm.
And the
Captain, I must say, as much as I may have had concerns about what may potentially come out of these talks, I do have to thank you for the information that you shared with us, helping to actually bring everything together.
of course. Of course, the motivating factor being shared survival. There is, of course, another matter that is trade with everyone on the continent is far more profitable than trade with only one small kingdom.
Aye, some selfish interests are not entirely unexpected.
What can I say? I have mouths to feed.
Respectable. You can always trust a thief.
Exactly.
Because you'll always know they're going to try to get theirs in the end.
It's the honest people you can't trust. You don't know what the fuck they're going to do.
I feel like I should take exception to that.
To be fair, it's less about what I think you're going to do and more about what we're going to drag you into.
Aha!
Gods, you're not wrong about that.
Yes. Yes. But, yes. And the High Captain turns back to the table and begins to animatedly speak with the other two leaders.
With royalty.
Yes. With you guys kind of stepping out of the chamber.
And actually, remind me with you had mentioned about the guards for the High Captain. Did King Arcus not have any guards with him?
No. He came alone.
What a badass.
Power play, for sure.
Also, on the way out, I want to vaguely gesture on the map where Wallabama was, and just don't go there. Leave that be.
It's so far out of the way, though. Like,
Just as a heads up, just don't do that.
Everyone just pausing to look at Theft. Just what?
Just trust me.
Default? Why would? What?
Listen, I don't know what's gonna happen in the next 10 years. I'll probably be dead. Just don't go there.
I don't want to say anything. I feel like that would be horribly racist to say. So I will not say anything.
He's looking out for his own, you see.
Are hobgoblins the reason that my men kept disappearing in the forest, in the woods, in the spooky place?
They might be more recently.
The place is also very fucking haunted, though, yes.
No, that does make sense. The reports of trees moving. Ugh.
Also, I gotta check when we get back, but I may or may not be the Goblin King now, so...
Oh,
Oh yeah, because Mahajapin wasn't there.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Pardon me. What the fuck?
You know.
Maha just completely fucking mentally breaking at this.
Well, with Father Fef gone, and me as acting Clan Fefwalla representative, I might be the Goblin... I gotta ask the big brains, but I might be the Goblin King now. Anyway.
I'm going to point at Mahajapit and just, haha, I had nothing to do with this.
Now might be a good time for a drink.
Yes, please.
Ilan just, I don't even know what's going on, but yes, I would like a drink. And it is as you leave the manor, head down into the town to get absolutely fucking shit faced for some of you. It is
Definitely from Maha.
It's a couple hours later, getting into the evening for sure, when Crown Prince Albert comes to the tavern flanked with Leolin and Veostrix. Just, well, talks have been achieved, papers have been signed, and maps have been drawn. We are free to go home.
That sounds good.
The dreadnought will, the dreadnought and most of my ships will be coming home, following us home. I have tasked one ship to see Ilona back to her home. Now then, Veostrix, Leolin, if you would do the honors. And Veostrix steps up, grabs the Crown Prince's shoulder. 3 of you?
Ah, I see. And, Maha will step up to join.
Wonderful. Who else? Two others, come on.
I'll go.
Wonderful.
I'll go.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. Grab hold, and in a flash of golden light, instantly you are gone. Leolin, meanwhile, he loves to show that off. I'll begin the ritual.
I was going to say, to be fair, you can take more people.
No. Right there in the tavern fucking circle, just starts drawing the fucking circle in the middle of the floor as...
I'm sure all the pyres are just like, the fuck's going
Oh
on?
yeah, no, they're absolutely confused, but they're definitely giving her room. Like, they're very confused, but like, they want to see where this is going. As Mahajapit, Beth, Pax, and Albert, you appear... The golden light fades from your vision, and you find yourselves... Oh, Fat Mochi. In the...
No, that's the milkshakes.
Oh, damn. You find yourselves in the tea room of Leolin's and Veostrix's abode. The top of the arcane spire of the academy. And it's about 10 minutes later when Leolin, Zindros, Lorenz, and Aslan join you. We're all now back in the Devarian capital city.
I assume it doesn't take long before Ma just like gets this way. He's like, "Oh right, I don't need this winter coat anymore."
Oh yeah, no, you are definitely sweating.
Right.
Very soon. Now, and the Crown Prince, as you guys first arrived, Crown Prince, excuse me, I must go share the good news with my mother. You all again very soon.
All right. Take care, Prince.
And you. And the rest of you come in fairly... By the time you guys come in, he is gone. What will you do now that you are back in the Devarian capital city? It is, by the way, I should say, past dark by this point.
I look to Lorenz and just say, "Well, should we head back to the Roseway Tavern? Share the good news with your parents, or?"
Might not be a bad idea. If anybody else has any other business they want to see to on the way.
You know, it's been a long day. I could use a stiff drink.
Fair enough.
You all, I'm assuming all of you, unless anyone wants to do anything different, Going once. Going twice. Sold! Going to the Roseway Tavern. As you all head to the Roseway Tavern, making your way through the campus of the Academy of Arcane Sciences. Heading through the streets. It is... The chill of winter is still... the chill of oncoming winter is still here. It is still very chilly, actually, here in the Devarian capital city, even this far north. But as you arrive at the Roseway Tavern, Anya at her customary place out just inside, just... Brother! Magdalene! The rest of you!
Yeah, right.
She very quickly runs up and hugs Lorenz before
Before I hug back.
letting go of him, walking to Aslan and just grabbing her by the head and just planting the biggest fucking kiss.
Short moment of Aslan.exe has stopped working.
I have missed you very much. I'm glad to have you back. And the rest of you too. Yeah. Mama! Lorenz is back! And just out of the kitchen, just...
Oh, well.
We should move.
Yeah, I just take my sword and shield off and hand them to Fef real quick.
Yep.
Rod just taking a long slide to the side.
Lorenz swept up in a massive hug that you guys, through plate mail, can hear bones cracking.
That is my spine.
I'm aware! And my boy is back!
Yes, my back.
Oh,
I mean, I'm back.
Our technique is lacking, but I applaud the effort.
what she had lacks in technique, she definitely makes up for in brute fucking love. Language. Sorry, mama. And finally lets Lorenz down. As Soren walks up from behind the tavern and just speed tossing Lorenz's hair.
But by the time he's done, it has fallen completely out of the like impromptu long ponytail it's been in since his braid came out. So it's just all the fuck over the place now.
Soren, by the way, doing that to everyone except for Aslan. Just speed hair tossing.
It's good to be home.
It is good to have you home, my son. You'll have to tell us all about your adventures, except maybe your mother, who I'm sure would be much happier not having the
Quite. Yes, very.
worry.
No stories from Mom. Except the places I've been. That those will be fine. Everything else is heavily trimmed for her benefit.
Just hearing his voice, just like, man, that hug really got to you, huh?
I'm still trying to catch my breath, actually.
I like how that was keying up on Jake's mic.
I figured it would be too loud if I did it through mine.
And in the corner of the room, you see a familiar, a very dark-skinned gentleman, bald, with milky white eyes, stand just... Oh, about time you came back.
I told you I would. Just took longer than I anticipated. Actually, no. It actually happened a lot quicker than I anticipated.
I hear those Clint winters are rough.
Yes.
Hasn't even
Apparently,
fully
that wasn't even winter yet.
That was damn near, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Palatable.
language.
To be fair, those winters are godless.
No, you're right on that front. I won't argue with that.
The snow was haunted.
Oh.
Looking to Fab is just like,
everyone giving Fef a look.
Lorenz just said.
They're not hunted. There are living creatures that exist under the snow. They're subterranean. They're called bullets. We learned this while we were there.
Oh, you encountered a bulit.
And encountered from a remarkably safe distance.
Likely the best way to encounter them.
However, now Pax and Fef believe that the snow is haunted.
Mama? Yes, Anya did. I'm taking the rest of the night off. And she scoops Aslan up in her arms and just carries Aslan upstairs.
I'm just gonna give him a salute.
Offering Lorenz's mother the bottle of hooch.
Takes it, swigs, gives it back. You're a good son, Fef. Unless, of course, Anya or Aslan has any protests.
She's too confused by overt displays of affection, considering her family, that she doesn't know how to handle it.
That's understandable.
God, I love
Again,
this.
it's another case of Aslan.exe has stopped working.
I love this fucking family.
Out from the kitchen, in a very sweat and grease-stained tank top over plate greaves and
She's still partially in her armor.
yeah, and Sabatons comes the very pale but very familiar Dragon Slayer. Just you made it back. Hey,
Just looking over, just what?
I've been helping Mother Roseway in the kitchen.
In your armor.
Half of it. I don't feel heat, but I want to be able to still kick someone in the balls hard enough to make them cry.
Also, do you own any other clothing?
Please tell me you've bought something else to wear in your time here.
Yes? Yes.
You're just saying that, aren't you?
No?
Gonna look to Mama Rose way. Just tell me she hasn't just been wearing the same stuff day in and day out.
No, she has actually bought outfits. They're very nice, but but them are not necessarily appropriate for public wear.
Oh, good gods.
Ah. Yes. I suppose being trapped in a sleep for as long as you have breeds some wanting to break free.
But welcome home, all of you. Dinner this evening is on me. As Mama Roseway very happily just makes her way off to the kitchen. Thorin just giving his son a big hug. Not nearly as bone-crushing as Mama Roseway's, but definitely just, it lingers. Before you just, I need to get back to the bar. I look forward to hearing all of your stories after your mother has fallen asleep. Before he heads back to the bar. Leaving you to your devices for the evening, as Xavier just looks at you, Lauren, just, so,
Yes.
before heading upstairs.
Hey, don't waste any time.
Let me eat first.
Xavier coming back down like 5 minutes later. You probably want to eat first.
Yes, I just got home.
Not as understandable. Getting ahead of myself
Why is everybody in this bar so horny?
because it's a bar and there's alcohol. Also, have you seen your mother? Never mind.
We're going to have to talk about that.
It was a joke.
I was just going to say, like,
I just break.
well, no, Myra is just like, I'm sorry, Xavier's the one saying, "Have you seen?"
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, Arodia just look. I've said it like 30 times since I've been here, so
Oh my god. No, I'm inclined to be on Lorenzo's side. Why is everyone so?
thick Duvarian women. That is my wife you're speaking about. I'm aware. You're a very lucky man. That's not going to stop me.
I was just.
I was looking into Lorenzo, just. I'm not even related, and this is just making me uncomfortable.
Yeah. Alcohol. Alcohol, food. Food, alcohol. Alcohol in the food. Food in the alcohol.
You guys are given a very big table.
Offering Lorenz the bottle of hooch.
I love how that is just the default for any time there's some bullshit going on.
Yeah. It's the bottle of bullshit hooch. Hey, bud, you need a swig of this. It's the touch grass bottle.
Touch glass.
Touch glass.
And as you guys
That joke made Dave uncomfortable physically.
while away the evening, eventually finding rest at the Roseway Tavern for free. Nobody here but to charge you. Linus and Leonhard, by the way, upstairs, like poking their heads out at some point, just, hey brother, welcome back, glad to see you, we'll talk to you tomorrow. We got fucking books to look after.
I was about to say, like, please finish that sentence. Please finish that sentence.
We all in the fuck house tonight, y'all.
That's very nasty. Anyways, we have books to look over. But no, seriously, Linus and Leonhard coming over and giving you Lorenz very big hugs before very much going the fuck back upstairs to fucking do goddamn finances.
Ah, yes, the only two really responsible members of the family, to be totally honest.
Yes. Come morning, as a bright sun raises in the Devarian capital, and you are all having a very, very hearty homemade breakfast. Having shared stories of your victories and triumphs in Clint and elsewhere, a messenger comes to the door. I have I have a message for the adventuring group known as Walla's Brood?
We're never escaping from that name, are we?
We haven't really tried, to be fair.
No, I guess we haven't.
I'm gonna just wave.
He kind of steps over. On behalf of the Crown of Duver, Empress Jessamine requests your presence at the Imperial capital at your earliest convenience.
Very well. I suppose we should finish up our meal here and be ready for our audience then. unless anyone has anything they need done before we head to the capital.
No.
Everything good?
Yes, I was looking through the wrong book. Uh, moment.
I do need a quick moment to hit the bathroom.
Sure.
But won't be long.
Actually, so do I. Quick bathroom break, like 2 minutes.
We running long tonight.
I've just been informed there is one last thing that Jake wants to get out for this session before we call it for the night. So yeah, we're going a bit long.
So, y'all see Pineapple Oddish yet?
One more time.
Have you seen Pineapple Oddish yet?
No.
No, can't say I have.
Let me find it. There was supposedly a leak with regional variants, and it was legit Pineapple Oddish.
I mean, I'm here for it.
I was gonna say, look, as long as Pokemon keeps doing the various genres like Arceus has done recently, I'm all for whatever they're wanting to do.
I have played that game almost completely without battling, by the way.
Nice.
Apologies. All right. Yes.
Pineapple Oddish.
Yes.
Just look at memes.
Oh God. Memes?
It's adorable.
It
Oh,
is.
God, it really is.
That is a pineapple watch. You're right. But yes, as you all gather up, I'm assuming all of you. Aslan, are you?
I mean, if she's allowed to.
Depends. Is Anya going to let her go?
Right, exactly. Just yes. Yes, she is. With a promise of, I'll see you later when you get back. As the party makes their way to the Imperial Palace, all of the guards seeming to be aware of of who you are and that you have been invited. And as you head inside of the Imperial Palace and are led by a steward through the large marble halls of the palace to a room that none of you have been to save one many years ago. We're led very large, wide double doors, built of what you can only assume is pure marble, with gold inlay. They are pulled open, You are ushered inside with a attendant. The adventuring party known as Wallace Brood to be presented to Her Majesty the Empress. Jessamine, Natalius, Palatine, Hohenstein, Nostellus, Hausenberg the Ninth, sorry, the Fourth, Empress of the Devarian Empire. Long may she reign. As you step inside of the throne room, there you see Crown Prince Albrecht standing next to the throne. And sitting on the throne, looking very, very much more aged than you remember Mahajapa, is the Empress Jessamine, a woman of what you gather to be mid-70s, mid-80s.
If memory serves, didn't we, although it was from quite the distance, we did see her give an address when we had first returned to Devere after
Yes.
the right. I suppose so. We had a little bit of that, but just from what we could tell of seeing her back then compared to now, how is she looking just from that interim?
Relatively about the same. 'Cause it's only been about a month or two.
Hmm.
But no, a bit up close, you can definitely see woman mid-70s, mid-80s, somewhere in that ballpark. And time has not been kind. Very much on the running on the thin side. Breast lines all across her face.
Right.
With the imperial crown looking almost comically large on her head.
I feel like Maha, as the group approaches toward the throne for where they'd stand for the audience, Ma, even after so long, falls into an old habit and goes into a bit of a deep bow.
Ah, Japet. It was mixed emotions when I heard that you still lived when my son had died. I both cursed your name, but was also happy to know you still lived. I'm glad now that I to my son and not have you executed as a traitor.
I am thankful for the mercy, though I make no excuses for my cowardice in fleeing. Know that I have always had your son, Prince Dieter's hopes and ambitions at heart.
She nods. Son tells me it is your group of adventurers that we have to thank for the peace that will soon prosper. And with great effort, Empress Jessamine pushes herself out of her throne and begins to step down closer to you, being very careful. Albert even just reaching out to try and help, and she just kind of, fine. As she walks closer to you, Mahajapit, for eventually he kneels down and wraps you in a hug. Thank you so much after all of these years for seeing my son's dying wish to fruition.
Ma freezes up for a few seconds, chokes back a swallow before returning the hug. Just, I'm thankful that I lived to see this day.
I know Crown Prince Dieter considered you one of his closest friends when he was alive. Thank you. Wouldn't mind helping me to my feet.
Does his best to kind of help try and pull her up, even from as short of a stature as he has.
And it helps, certainly. Had even just having an arm to kind of like help boost herself up. It is, as Empress of the Devarian Empire, in my power, I name Mahajapit, Beth, Lorenz Roseway, Pax as Kelm, Zendros, Aslan Talinar, Lords and Lady of the Duvarian Empire. And as the group, Wallace Brood, I give the deed to a manor in the royal district of the Duvarian capital. In the noble district of the Duvarian capital. Might always be close in case danger comes to our doorstep.
Beth's just going to look at the more socially adept people for this one.
It is an honor to be bestowed this title, and while I may pray that such troubles may never arise to need us at hand, you have my word that I will be here.
From what my son tells me, you'll need your strong wills and hands in the coming months. But please, go. Enjoy your new home. I have been told that the Archmagus has been by the property in the night to set new light fixtures. I don't understand myself. Go. Go to royalty and nobility of the Devarian Empire. My son will show you your new home. He is very excited. And Crown Prince Albert just kind of stepping down from the throne, just, boy, am I ever. You're going to love it. There's a training yard for sparring. There's a pool.
Why sit here telling us about it?
Yes,
We
let
can
us go.
play.
And Crown Prince Albert quickly leads you out of the room, of course, giving a quick bow to his mother before he leaves, before he turns and leads you out of the off of the palace grounds and into a district that Lorenz, you never thought you would be able to step foot in growing up.
Yeah, it's the first time in Duvarian city limits everybody has seen Lorenz look out of place. He has no idea where the fuck we are, where to go, or anything like that.
This map will take a while to load. I went a little overboard.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you did? Holy Christ.
We'll even switch cameras so that people can see proper.
Ow, my bandwidth.
Yeah, no, stream is dropping frames hard.
I'm still at 98% at the moment.
Same.
Ow, my
So as long as the house isn't dropping frames, that's how things collapse.
It's true. Welcome, everyone, to your new property in the Devarian capital city. You are free to explore at your leisure.
I noticed this just says ground floor at the moment, and
Oh, you guys can see that?
Yeah.
yeah,
Well
the
then.
manor ground floor.
Yes, well.
So, window then? Okay.
I put a lot of work actually into this map, I'm not gonna lie.
So I can see. Oh my god.
Justin should be able to see an even more additional feature now.
Hey, those teleport things work really well now.
Yes, that is another module technically. But if you look now in the foyer, it live update from effectively if you're standing on the second floor.
Got a little weird for a minute there.
That's fair. If you're standing on the second floor of the balcony that surrounds the foyer, it should allow you to look down into the
Yup.
first floor foyer and see tokens actively moving around.
Yep, I can see it.
Mine's just dead.
Oh no.
I can hear him.
No, I mean, like, my foundry straight up died.
Oh no. I'm trying to load up the second floor now.
I loaded the second floor and clicked on the first floor, and it just died.
Unfortunate.
Which means also my token is on the second floor, and I cannot get to there.
Oh. Let me try and see if I can pull you.
There we go.
I did not anticipate someone going over the boundaries. Whoop! I'm gonna move you right back there. But yes, you all have your each individual. Oh yeah, and you can see out through the window. You can see Faf moving around in the backyard as you go to the window.
Oh, yeah, so you can.
Move Faf a little bit further over so that way. Or no, I can't, because obviously on the other.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Just scooting on along.
Yep. But yes, each of you have individual rooms on the second floor.
Is this one locked?
Nope. None of the doors are locked.
You should just be able to click it and it opens.
Yeah. I think you might have just been one space too far south. Yeah, you're right next to it now, it looks like.
Yeah, I click on it, it doesn't do anything.
Because the door is... I'm moving between it.
Yeah,
but-
because I opened all of them when I came up.
Yeah, it is closed to me, and there we go.
I am off alignment with the grid now.
Oh
What?
no. There
There
you
it
go.
is. Okay. I just had to click and drag for a sec to actually realign.
Yeah, now I'm stuck in this room.
Oh no. Oh, stop moving. Stop moving. There you go. That room's just not Lorenz's.
Yeah, that one is cursed. I can't go in it.
Damn.
Yeah, so I went a little overboard with the size, because what I did basically was I recreated both maps. The outside is complete duplicate, but the inside is what's different, save the foyer area. And the upper floor looks down into the lower floor and gives live updates from one map to the other on what token is where and where it all sits. And whenever you guys move around on the first floor, anyways, you can see up and down to the first floor from the second floor, and just a lot of effort to get that working. Not gonna lie to you, Chief.
Nice. It's good shit.
If anyone remembers my tweet from a while back about putting in a shitload of work that people won't see for a couple months,
This explains it.
this entire map. Oh yeah, you can't drag yourself. Oh yeah, you have to like use the arrow keys, or else if you drag over, it will just bypass the barrier effectively. And then yeah, you guys can freely move yourselves between layers effectively.
But I just... Huh. I actually had missed... I guess every one of these rooms actually had... Okay.
Yes, every
just
room has
hadn't
its
even
own
noticed that.
bathroom.
I hadn't even seen that extra little door there.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So yeah, this is where we'll end tonight's session. I'll end the stream at the very least, and you guys can of course stick around in the map however you see fit. Let's give everyone 250 experience points.
Alrighty.
A big milestone has been achieved. The war between Roshadrin and Duver has ended through no small part on your own influence. I know I'm sorry if this last session has been kind of this session has been kind of almost like a cutscene for you guys. Tried to include you guys as much as possible. And in fact,
Well, it's understandable that with, the big players all being the leaders, that there was going to be a fair bit of them at the center of things for a bit. But no, it was nice still at least getting a chance to chime in for comments or questions
yeah, of
towards
course.
them.
And before we break out, there will be a 1 month downtime. We are effectively going to be time skipping forward a month between the end of this session and the next session. So, between this week and next week, I would like everyone to just kind of think about what their character would be doing for the month ahead, and get back to me over the week, and hit me up. Let me know. We'll work something out. Obviously.
All right.
Yeah. I mentioned it before a few times. I always had a lot of a fair chunk of downtime prepared and coming up, and this is it basically. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
I will see you guys. We will see you guys next week. Hopefully. Obviously things are about to get a little chaotic with the move. But all things considered, hopefully there will be minimal disruptions to Pathfinder. But we'll see what we can do. Have a wonderful evening. Hope you all had fun. No, I did.
Absolutely.
As always, stay good, neighbor. See you guys next week.
Bye.